Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. A warmish Monday, track listed as fast. Should be a great night of racing action. Shall we get a look at the changes on this evening's card as we are about 20 minutes to post time to our first dash? Well, fans note we are having some technical difficulties with the graphics system, but let's get to the changes on this evening's card of racing. And note in race number one, scratched is number 3, Lenny's Girl. Race 1, scratch number 3, Lenny's Girl. Race number 2, no changes. No changes, race 2. Race number 3, no changes. In race number 4, number 5, Playa du Hurrah is scratched. Race 4, scratch 5, Playa du Hurrah. In race number 5, there are no changes. Also, no changes. Race 6. In race number 7, number 1, Don't Mess with Molly, changing blinkers to blind bridle. That's blinkers to blind. And number 2, She's Lawless, side rolls to blinkers. Side rolls to blinkers. Race 8, there are no changes. Race 9, scratched is number 3, Control the Smile. Race 9, scratch 3, Control the Smile. And race number 10, scratched, is number 7, Pink G. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, number 3, Lenny's Girl is scratched, and the second race, there were no changes. It is now approximately 14 minutes to post time to welcome in our co-host. Live from Margaretville, they're in the big palace in Newmarket, Ontario. And you know what, Rob? The graphics aren't working, and I can tell you, I know for a fact, it's all your fault. It's all your fault, buddy.
It's all my fault. Yeah, that's what I always hear at home here too. It's all your fault. But hey, listen, I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. I know I sure did. King's Plate Friday. Caitlin, her greatness, obviously wonderful filly, won that race. Fantastic day there. Balanced Image at Hanover on Saturday. Real, and obviously Mohawk Park had those two big races, as well as all the Grand Circuit action, right? The Peaceful Way, the William Wellwood. I was in Leamington just yesterday, Leamington Raceway for Robert Bob McIntosh Day there. Very emotional day, but a wonderful day spent with many great people in the industry, and a nice 10-dash card of racing on that half-mile surface. So had a great weekend, top to bottom, busy weekend, but I'm ready for a marvelous Monday here at the river. Got 10 dashes, 7 on the pace, 3 on the trot. True of those trotting events are in the prospect series. So that's always a nice element to the card, seeing that lower tier of the OSS program here at the river. My best bet of the night is one I've been waiting for, though. And if you follow my selections here, you know that I've been waiting for the 2 Vendetta Blue Chip in race number 8. She raced fantastic in her lifetime debut to be second to Beach Games. That rival has now taken his talents, or sorry, I should say her talents, to Mohawk Park. Vendetta Blue Chip right back here at the river, and I thought she raced fantastic in defeat. She's my best bet in race number 8. But top to bottom, I think it's a really nice, well-balanced card. There's some spots to hang your hat on, maybe on some horses that'll be on the shorter side of odds, but there'll be other races where we might be able to find some value. As always, though, it always kicks off that opening dash and that early pick 5 wager with that guaranteed pool of $5,000 low takeout of 15%. Gary and I will come back at around 8 minutes of post, take a closer look at that sequence. And just like that, we have graphics again and 7 minutes to post. So you know what we like to do at this time. We like to take a look at that early pick five wager with that guaranteed pool. $5,000 low takeout, 15%. Myself, Gary, and Conley all have mapped out tickets for you. Feel free to add or subtract as you see fit. But we'll get a look at those tickets now. There are wonderful graphics back up and working. I see the 9 out of this world Deo, 1 to 5 on the board right now. No surprise that this filly is a heavy favorite. Tricky trailing post for a youngster, but it kind of lays over them just on her speed that she's showing at Mohawk Park. Now, I was originally going too deep in here with the 3 and 9. Lenny's Girl was one I was quite fond of. That one scratched out of here, so I am going to use another one with Out of This World Deo, the 9. It's the 5 scrunchy, so too deep here. 5 and 9. Then we're going to do a couple of singles. The first single is the 5 Wheels of Blazin', who has to be the shortest of prices in race number 2. This horse has been fantastic in the Prospect Series, been fantastic all year. 8 for 15, 11 on the board finishes. I think he's the only one you can use in race number 2. Race number 3, just before Hilarious Archie, last time out, went back to those front end tactics, which were fruitful for him at Mohawk Park back in May. This time around, went all the way on the engine here at the river as the favorite. I think he can double up in race number 3, so just going to use him. Now we're going to spread out in races 4 and 5. 4, 7, 8, and 9 in race 4. I'm intrigued by the 7, My Maserati. I think that's one that can certainly bounce back and maybe add a bit of value from post number 7. But I'm going to use 3 others in there as well. 1, 2, 3, and 6 in race number 5. Insanity gets the rail, a horse that swells up on the engine. Raced fantastic in victory last time. I thought Light Chaos was good, though, first over against that rival. Eden on the Hill makes a transition to Grand River. And we've got Cameron Hanover in there as well. So 4 deep with those ones. $6.40 for a 20-cent ticket. Let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us.
Well, Rob, I see your audible that you called in the first race, and I was thinking about doing the same thing, and then I thought, no, I'll take the 9 and just hope that he lives up to his billing. Yeah, it's the tough post position, but really does compare very nicely in there. Also in the second race, I went with the logical single Wheels of Blazin', and actually they've got a little problem with my graphics, but the fifth race I can mention. I have the 1, 2, and 3. There it is. Bingo, bango, just like that. And listen, the price will be $5.40, but we're going to work backwards just for a second. So a 9 in the first race, and then the 5 in the second race, Wheels Blaze, in race number 3, where you just have 1. I have 3. I have the 4, 3, and 6. The 5 is just. I think I took a horse out of the wrong race. So I have the 4, 3, and 6 and 5 also. I have 4 horses in there. Race number 4. The 4, 5, and 8. And my math on the fly was bad because I was scratching a horse from the wrong pile. 4, 5, and 8. And then in the fifth race, I also have the inside 3. So it's kind of a mishmash ticket. Singled up in the first couple, then, broadened out quite extensively.
I like it. I like starting off with singles and giving yourself chances to get those prices down towards the tail end of the ticket. Some people like to try to stay alive. I like it better going the reverse. $7.20 for Gary's ticket. That's the cost of his ticket.
Yeah, Play a Do Hurrah is scratched. That was the one that I was trying to figure out. I scratched the wrong one out of my picks, and then I couldn't figure out the math.
That's okay. $7.20. I got you covered. And let's get a look at Conley's ticket. We'll see what he's got in store for us. I know that we're all in on Wheels of Blazin', right? I mean, and that's the horse that I guess if you were playing this to get a monstrous number down, that's the one you'd have to get beat. I just don't know if you can do it, so I'm happy to have him singled. But Conley's going to spread out here in the opening leg, 2, 5, 7, and 9 here in the opening leg here, and I thought that the 9 was going to be heavy favorite, and then after that it's really anyone's game. So I mean, if you get that one beat, then obviously you're off to a great start. Just the 5 Wheels of Blaze, and then the 3, 4, and 6. So we're all kind of in the same neighborhood in that race, but I'm willing to take a stand with Hilarious Archie to come right back. It was either use him or use a bunch of them. Race 4, the 1, 6, and 8. So we're only in agreement on one horse in that race, myself and Conley, and then race 5, the 3, and 6, Eden on a Hill and Cameron Hanover. He's leaving off the 2 inside speedsters. I think they come right back with a big effort, Insanity and Light Chaos. That's a real competitive dash to me, and I think they're going to be a part of it. But Conley's willing to go with just a 3, Eden on the Hill, and the 6, Cameron Hanover. $14.40 for a 20-cent ticket. It's the way Conley sees it. But you got a few minutes to map out your winning wagers for this early pick 5. Guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. Gary and I will come back just a few moments, take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field on post parade for race number 1. One is news writer Anthony Hunt for Meg Crone and Hunt Racing. Four is My Wicked Heart, Brett McDonough for Dominic Ladew and the stable. And 5 is Scrunchy, Sammy Fillion for Blair Burgess and James Walker and TKO Racing. Number 6, Mock It Mine, Lauren House for Jason Libby and Douglas Dunbar. Number 7, Shemar's Lady Lucy, Austin Sorry for Joe Pereira and Sheila Lewis. 8 is Philly Silster, Paul McKenzie for Dr. Ian Moore and Sally McDonald and Paul McDonald. And 9 is Out of This World Dale, Louis Waugh for Chantel Mitchell and Dale Volente Farms. And note that number 2 is All-Star Willow, Jason Ryan for Lloyd Mansfield, and Antonia Smith and Tony Arts. It's a field of 8, race number 1. Stay right there with Outlaw, or rather, Out of This World Dale. I'm off to a really flying start. Ended last Wednesday calling the photo finish incorrectly, and we're just carrying that bad karma right on over here to start this race. So let's see if we can get rolling. Out of This World Dale has a great chance to get rolling, but 1 to 5 the board, no value.
Yeah, 1 to 5 on the board, no value. I mean, I kind of figured it would happen after the scratch of the 3 Lenny's drill, who I was actually quite fond of in this dash. I mean, we loved the way that she finished up her mile last time, but she's scratched. So Out of This World Deo kind of, it opens the door for her to be a real heavy favorite here. Likely going to be the favorite even with that one in the race. The big concern for me is the trailing post, right? You got a youngster trailing post. The effort last time out at Mohawk Park, she got shuffled back. At the start, and then when she did try to kind of come forward a bit, there was traffic in front of her, and no chance for her to really ever get into the race. Now, at the end of the day, though, she did have open road in the stretch, and she wasn't really coming forward. But 27-4 in the end of it, she can't really do much better than that, right? So you can't fault her for not getting better than 7th in that race. So to me, her speed kind of just on paper, it kind of stands out. She looks, okay on the track right now. But again, 1 to 5 youngsters to start off the card here. I mean, obviously, I would never bet her to win, but no problem, singling her in the pick 5. I'd probably do that on most of my tickets, but I'm also gonna have Scrunchy on some of them as well.
Yeah, and also you get Louis Wan there. You see a pretty a pretty serious score down, so suggesting now look that does not look good, but
no
1 to 5 the board. Maybe that's why we better take a look at 5 Scrunchy. And man, there's a good reason that you could go to Scrunchy as the next choice. 9 to 2 on the board. Good last race.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? The thing about Out of This World Deo is that we're obviously, not going to see that one go forward off the gate because you got the trailing post, right? But you don't like to see when they get going a faster speed in that final turn, seeing that miscue. Has not done that at Mohawk Park, shorter surface here. So obviously that's a concern, especially at 1 to 5. Scrunchy took a lot of support last time out, ended up being, I thought, a decent third, sat a good trip kind of throughout. That had some pace in the stretch, nothing too crazy. Ended up claiming the show spot, but obviously took a big step forward. And we've said in the past, right, when you see a horse take a big step forward, you want to kind of take heed of them next time out. That's why you have to respect her chances here. She's 7 to 2. That miscue in the score down, for people seeing it right on the broadcast, we might see her price tighten up to a little bit now, right? People looking for an alternative that aren't comfortable with the Out of This World Deo at that short price.
Is All-Star Willow an alternative now? Post 8 and 7 at Sarnia now gets post position 2. Haven't seen any gate speed yet.
No, but the thing about All-Star Willow is both those races, that's against, a mixed bag between male and female competition. Also some older horses scattered in those dashes as well. 101 to 1, 85 to 1. Now she's 10 to 1 here against her own kind and against horses all her own age. Better post as well, and I thought the effort last time was a good one. Another thing to take notice of: 159 and 4. If you care about time, 2 seconds off the track on that occasion. So it's actually a 57 and 4 miles. So that kind of changes how she kind of looks speed wise in the program. So I do like her chances in here for a big piece of it. I might play some tickets now, Gary, where I spread it a little bit more here beyond the 5 and 9, just because what we saw from that score down. But again, I think Out of This World Dale is still the clear one to beat.
And then if you're trying to get one down at a price, maybe you can go to Dr. Ian Moore and Philly Sealster and Paul McKenzie. 2 qualifiers did flash a little bit of early speed. We'll see if this one leaves, but you also see some decent finishing, 28 and 4 final quarter.
Yeah, surprising to see a horse from that Doc Moore's barn at 30 to 1. I know it's her first lifetime start. She made a break in the first qualifier. Second one doesn't look all that great on paper, but Boxer Sealster was an absolute monster. The winner of that qualifier was a monster on the weekend at Mohawk Park in Grand Circuit action. So I think Philly Sealster, one you want to use in the exotics maybe to spice things up. Don't really see her as a win candidate, but hey, that kind of a price from that barn is always willing to take a look at.
Well, it's a field of 8 for race number 1. First dash in a Monday night. News writer, All-Star Willow on the inside. My Wicked Heart, Scrunchy, Mocket Mine. To the outside, Shimar's Lady Lucy and Philly Sealster. And the second tier, Out of This World Deo. And Out of This World Deo is now galloping back there and well off the gate. And the field for race number 1 is at the start, and they're off and blasting out now. Leaving out is Scrunchy, Philly Sealster, News Writer, and Mock It Mine. Then My Wicked Heart and All Star Willow and Shimar's Lady Lucy. And now it is Philly Sealster did blast off the wings and come on at 50 to 1. Philly Sealster, Scrunchy. Now Scrunchy moves up on the outside, and Scrunchy, Philly, Sealster, News Writer as they work their way on towards us. The opening quarter, 29 and 2. Mocket Mine is racing fourth, and now Scrunchy and Sammy Filion is going to come on and grab the lead. Then, as they work their way up towards the half, Philly Sealster second, News Writer third. Mocket Mine is racing fourth. Then it is My Wicked Heart as the field works on around the turn. Then further back, that is All Star Willow and Shimar's Lady Lucy, and Scrunchy with the front leads a couple of lengths. Philly Sealster second, News Writer, All Star Willow on the outside, and then it is Shimar's Lady Lucy and Mock It Mine and My Wicked Heart, 59 and 3 halftime. And they work their way on toward three quarters. Scrunchy leads it by a length and three quarters. It is Scrunchy, Philly Sealster, All Star Willow on the outside. Now he's moved up, and All Star Willow has come on to take over second. It's bearing down on Scrunchy. Then Philly Sealster. Shimar's Lady Lucy on the outside is within striking distance, and News Writer is racing fifth. Three quarters, 129 and 1. All Star Willow now trying to take the lead from Scrunchy. All Star Willow and Scrunchy. Shimar's Lady Lucy. Philly Sealster is looking for the passing lane on down the stretch. Route they come. And Scrunchy, and it is Paul McKenzie, the king of the passing lane, trying to come on the outside. Shimar's Lady Lucy and All Star Willow for across the track. It was a tight finish at 158 and 2. And Rob, a completely strange race as Out of This World Dale goes off stride before the start, and then I didn't know what to make of. I thought there might be a recall, and they started kind of late, and the whole finish is kind of interesting. There's 4 across the wire at the finish. Certainly there'll be an inquiry about the start as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know if there was any, reason for a recall or not, because I mean, again, if a horse just on the gallop, I mean, if there's nothing, got a miss with equipment or something like that, then they're supposed to just go. But there's going to definitely be an inquiry, obviously, on the start, the if it was a fair start for Out of This World Day or not. But it likely won't have an impact on the pick 5, because the favorite. I don't think gets home here anyways, right? I know it's a pretty tight photo 3 across here, but Scrunchy looks like she ends up third. And those 3 that hit the wire together. So very interesting race. I mean, we saw that, it was great that the broadcast team had her on the camera for that score down. She made that miscue scoring down, didn't look comfortable out there. And then, I mean, watching her go into the gate, I mean, she wanted no part of racing tonight.
And there is the 7 Shimar's Lady Lucy, which we didn't talk about and was my 4th choice, but really once Out of This World Dale is out of this, man, all of a sudden you're sitting there thinking, well, at least you've got a ticket alive. And I guess with the 9, if the 9 is refunded, you also will have the betting favorite, and you might want to talk about that. The betting favorite would have been the 5 after the 9.
Yeah, definitely. If that's the direction this goes, then you end up on the 5, who, I mean, I was using anyways on some of my tickets, right? And again, that's what really ends up this actual pick 5 sequence now kind of goes to the moon, because you have the 9 who has the majority of the money in it, and then the horse that had the second most money now becomes the favorite, and all those tickets obviously hit the floor. But I see Conley is still alive on his tickets, so we'll cheer for him to try to run the gauntlet here, because this is going to be a monster payout no matter what. When Out of This World Deo is kind of out of it right at the start, Gary, it changed the whole complexion of the race and really left it wide open, and that's why we see a bomb come through in Shimar's Lady Lucy.
Yeah, and Shimar's Lady Lucy is one that, well, you do see a start here back July the 22nd. It came from way off the pace to be beaten just a length and three quarters. So we have seen that big late push once before.
Yeah, no, I thought this was decent efforts here and there for me. Post 7 was a big deterrent for me using anywhere tonight. And also I thought there was some pretty difficult rivals in this field, but I guess I underestimated her myself, and it was a nice victory. I mean, well-timed drive, too, from Austin Sorey.
Back in front of us is the winner of race one, number 7, Shimar's Lady Lucy, 2-year-old Dally Brown filly, owned by Sheila Lewis, trained by Joe Pereira. Austin Sorey is the winning driver. Shimar's Lady Lucy, 158 and 2. Fans, note the judge's ruling there will be a refund of 9 out of this World Deo. Out of this World Deo is going to be refunded, determined to have been outside of the fair start pole at the start of the race. The first race payout 7, Shimar's Lady Lucy, $17, 680, 272. All Star Willow, 370 and 210. 5 Scrunchy, 210. $2 Exactor, 51.30. Dollar Try, 34.50. Dollar Super, 341.20. First race order finish from the top down. 5-2 scratch 736148. That's 5-2 scratch 736148.
Just a few minutes opposed to race number 2 is the start of the early pick 4, guaranteed pool $2,500, low takeout 15%. In the opening dash, obviously out of this Rodeo, ends up not getting a fair start, gets refunded in the pools for the first race, but in the multi-leg wager, of course, you end up with the post-time favorite Scrunchy. So, this is going to be a pretty wild ticket if you are still alive on the 7 Shamar's Lady Lucy, much higher than that 7-1. In the pick 5 pool. So moving forward, I'll be jumping in on this one because I'm no longer kicking in that early pick 5. So just a single for me here. 5 Wheels of Blazin'. Not going against that one. 1-9 on the board right now. Likely going to be around that price come post time. Race number 3, just a 4 Hilarious Archie. Thought he raced fantastic on the engine last time. Will likely be the same tactics tonight, I would think, in a 6-horse field. So single for me, then 4x4. 4, 7, 8, and 9 in what I think looks like a very competitive looking filly and mares, claiming $8,000 from numbers to $3,000 last 5. And then in race 5, 1, 2, 3, and 6, I think the inside 2 are going to be part of the early speed and in the mix throughout. Ian on the Hill, the 3 is going to be likely making a move in the middle stages. And Cameron Hanover usually is late on the scene. He can be right there too at the wire. 1, 2, 3, 6 for me in that money leg race number 5, $3.20 for a 20-cent wager. We'll see what Conley has in store for us. I know that he's still kicking right now in that early pick 5. He spread out there in the opening dash. I thought maybe he was using too many, but he went just the right amount deep to have that winner. And this ticket's going to be a big one now. 5 Wheels of Blazin' here, singled up for him. 3, 4, and 6 in race number 3. So he's using George of the Jungle and Batinsky alongside of the 4 Hilarious Archie. 1, 6, and 8 in race number 4. And then the 3-6 in the finale of the sequence, race 5, Eden on the Hill, the 3 and the 6, Cameron Hanover, $3.60. But if he hits that ticket, he's going to get a much bigger payout in that early pick 5. So we're cheering for him to kind of run the gauntlet there and get a big ticket down in that pick 5 sequence. So you got a couple of minutes to map out your winning wagers for this early pick 4, again, starting right here in race number 2, guaranteed pool $2,500, low takeout 15%. Karen will come back in a moment or two, take a closer look at race number 2.
Field for race number 2. On parade 1, living at large. Lauren House drives and trains and owns. Number 2 at Teason. Dean Wall drives and trains for Keith Wilson. Number 3 is Mass Action. Sammy Filia for Julie Walker and Wade Piccone. Four is Don't Talk About Bruno, Brett McDonough for Dominic Gladue and the stable. 5 is Wheels of Blazin', Jody Jameson for Paul Cameron and Arnold's Horse Shack. And number 6, Looks Like a Muscle, Scott Golder, Alan Fair, and Elizabeth Fair. Field of 6, race number 2, the Prospect Series, 3-year-old Colton Geldings on the trot. Let's get a look at this field, Rob. And, well, who should we look at first? Should we start with the 1 to 5 horse, your top choice?
Yeah, it's probably a good direction to go in, especially when you've got Jody Jameson here for the drive as well on the 5 Wheels of Blazin'. And, you can't really expect any kind of a number higher than that on this horse because you see those 2 Prospect Series starts. He wins by open lengths, does so with ease at 20 cents to the dollar or less. and really has had a fantastic year. I mean, we've kind of marveled at this horse here at the River in the past, facing I think even tougher rivals in the non-winners of 2 ranks and around that class, and he's even been a winner from that tricky trailing post back on June 12th, and looks fantastic on the track right now, Gary. I couldn't go against him. Paul Cameron having a tremendous year as well, and this is one that obviously is certainly helping those numbers. 8 for 15 with 11 on the board finishes.
Yeah, the only one he made a break August the 3rd up at Georgian Downs, and that race went amiss. But other than that, he's had a run of top 3 finishes, and of course has won more than half of his starts. But the first race we had a heavy favorite, and that one gets on the run before the start. So who knows? How about number 3, Mass Action? There's some things to like there.
Yeah, definitely things to like there, because we've kind of thought this is one that maybe wasn't living up to his full potential earlier in the season, was racing well, but usually had too much work to do before getting a pretty big piece of it. And then it kind of all came together for him. July 31st, right here at the River, he got that victory at 2-1. Then stepped up in class against tougher horses, finished 4th. I thought it was a decent effort to be 4th on that occasion. And last time out, all the way on the engine in the Prospect Series at Georgian Downs. And now you get Sam Filion, first time on this horse, and he's been racing really well coming into this. Should be confident off that victory. And 8-1, you're getting the value on him, right? And it's going to be inflated odds because of so much support coming for Wheels Ablaze. I don't think Mass Action should be that price in this field, but we're going to see that inflated number because we got such a heavy favorite.
And we get a further inflated number on number 4, Don't Talk About Bruno. And probably in this race, you're trying to nail the exactor straight, and Don't Talk About Bruno was underneath Wheels Ablazing at Woodbine last time out.
Yep, second to him at Woodbine last time. Wide margin between them, though, right? More than 4 lengths. He was 75-1, but again, kind of inflated number in that dash, but certainly helped the exotics. The first win of the season came right here at the River, and non-winners of 1 or 5,000 life. Kind of took us by surprise on that occasion. I remember we thought maybe even he took a little more money than we expected him to take in that dash, but he was a dominant winner. Kept on rolling to the lead before kind of going most of the way on the engine for the victory. And then since then, that's raced pretty well. Obviously, 3rd against Veracruz, and then last 2 had to go off against Wheels Ablazing last time out, second to him. So for me, I would really be zeroed in on the 5-3 on the top end of it, and then look to get when I talk about Bruno or Living Large on the bottom end of the trifecta, and obviously play it for a significant number, because even if that's the way it comes in, it's going to be pretty short on the board.
You know who's getting bet equally to Mass Action? And look, there's an argument to be made is one, Living at Large was really good, but the last couple races Living it small in those, and look, in against tougher, but this is one you saw a lot bouncing around Sarnia, Dresden, Clinton, and you look at those 2 Prospect starts back in July. Your thoughts on those?
Yeah, so for me, the races that you look at where he's finishing first and second, he went on quite a run of actually top 2 finishes. I think the victory actually resides right before those 5 seconds, and then he bookend victories, right? Then a victory 3 starts ago as well. I was really impressed with the stuff he was doing in Sarnia, and then in Clinton, and then back at Sarnia again. The win, obviously 3 starts ago, I'd say it's obviously against a much softer group than he faces today. But his last 2, I'm willing to forgive him for, because he didn't really do what he does best, which is get forwardly placed, right? I'm assuming today you're going to want to, try to pick up some more points in the Prospect Series and try to get off the gate a little better. That was just a race that was restricted to Prospect starters last time. This is actually an event that counts towards the final. So I would say we're going to see him push off the wings of the gate from the pole position and likely try to sit a better trip. I'd stick with Mass Action underneath, but definitely Living at Large is one that you got to use somewhere in the exotics.
And just a thought also, if you really want to tease a long shot play, Teasin at Hanover comes in off of a second. You see a little better recent form. Could you take a flyer at the longest shot on the board to sneak on somewhere in the top 3?
Oh, I can use Teasin on the ticket. I'm a big fan of this horse, actually. I love what this horse did at Western Fair this season. I've liked some efforts recently, too. I mean, last time I thought was a good second at Hanover. And I've kind of, followed this horse really from the start of his career, right, over the venues he's been racing at. So he's hit the board with frequency this season. I don't think you should be 24-1 on the board. I think you should probably be shorter than that. But again, we've got a pretty hefty favorite here. I think he can certainly be more than competitive with this group to land somewhere in the exotics bottom end of the Tri or Super.
It's a field of 6 for the second race, and Wheels Ablazing is that 1-5 favorite. It's Living at Large and Teasin on the inside. In the center, Mass Action. Don't talk about Bruno. To the outside, Wheels Ablazing, and looks like a muscle. It's a field of 6 for the second dash. The second race, trotting colts and geldings in the Prospect Series, moving into position. Gathering speed approaching the start. Field 4, the second race. He is at the start in the rough, and getting out down the center of the track is Wheels Ablazing, and Mass Action looks like a muscle broke stride. Mass Action's got the lead. Wheels Ablazing still pressing on the outside. Then Teasin, Living at Large, and Don't Talk About Bruno. And now on the outside, coming on, Wheels Ablazing 1-9 on the board, and Jody Jamieson just taking his time to come on and grab the lead. And then Mass Action will fill the pocket. Living at Large is living on the inside third. Then Teasin fourth, and Don't Talk About Bruno is fifth. And then Wellback looks like a muscle after that break in stride. But it's Wheels Ablazing and Jody Jamieson blazing along past us off a 29-2 opening quarter with Mass Action in tow in the pocket. Living at Large is third, and there goes Don't Talk About Bruno now, quickly moving up on the outside, wanting to come on and get into the action. And then Teasin, 29-2 opening quarter. They head up towards the half. Wheels Ablazing has a lead of a couple of lengths right now. Mass Action's racing second. Don't Talk About Bruno is sharing third with Living at Large, and Teasin is racing fifth. Wheels Ablazing 59-2 half, 32nd second panel. Wheels Ablazing, Mass Action. Don't Talk About Bruno up to third. Living at Large is racing fourth, and Teasin on the outside fifth, about 5 or 6 off the lead, and they head to three quarters. Wheels Ablazing and Jody Jamieson sitting rather still in the bike, and on the outside, Don't Talk About Bruno now moves up and is only a length and a quarter back. Mass Action third. Then Teasin takes fourth, and Living at Large is on the inside fifth. Three quarters at 1:29. Wheels Ablazing now opens the lead to a couple of lengths, and Wheels Ablazing doing it all by himself right now. Mass Action. Don't Talk About Bruno off stride. Living at Large. Teasin's racing fourth on down the stretch drive they come. Wheels Ablazing under a snug hold coming to the finish is just going to win it over Mass Action, who closed up to be beaten a length and three quarters. Don't Talk About Bruno and Teasin 159-1. Wheels Ablazing was 1-9 on the board, but there's nothing in the race that tells us that's the wrong number to have on Wheels Ablazing.
No, not at all. I mean, he went out there, and I mean, it looked kind of like a formality, even right from the get go. You saw Jody how kind of just calmly he was getting this horse to the front, and no rush, kind of to get there, just kind of float out. Mass Action a little bit fired up off the gate, and Wheels Ablazing just kind of just edge past him to kind of take over the lead, and then at that point, I mean, it's pretty much race over, right? I mean, his current form is just better than the rest of them at this level. Prospect Series win 2 starts ago. He beat Prospect Series starters last time out, and now he has another dominant win in the Prospect Series, and he will be the clear one to beat at this level. But he's also shown he's competitive at the grassroots level as well. So there's definitely options for Wheels Ablazing here. And that's nice to have with a racehorse, especially one doing as well as him right now, his 9th win of the season.
Nice thing I enjoy about him, sometimes a horse can fall asleep a little bit on the lead. He looks very racy and no interest in falling asleep, just wants to keep on trucking.
Yeah, he does. And you know what? The other thing, too, about him, Gary, is he's versatile, right? We've seen him win from the trailing post. We've seen him win from off the pace. We've seen him win from on the pace. We've seen him win from racing off the helmet first over. I mean, he's a real nice trotter. I like every time he races, no matter where he is, I always want to check out the dash because again, he's one that he's pleasant to watch out there. Like you said, he's kind of racy, doesn't go out there and ever kind of get lazy or whatever. He really brings his A game pretty much every time he steps in the track.
Well, the top three came out the way we thought, 5-3-4, and then Teasin as the breaking stride and living at large, and looks like it must have also broke stride. But it was the Wheels of Blazing show, 1-9 on the board, and lived up to it. Coming back in front of us is Wheels of Blazing, 3-year-old Wheeling and Dealing Bay Gelding by Arnold's Horse Shack of Mississauga. Paul Cameron's the trainer. The Green Machine, Jody Jameson, victorious, 9th win this year, 10th lifetime. Wheels of Blazing, 159-1. The second race payout, 5 Wheels of Blazing. 210, 210, 210, 3 mass action, 290, 250, and 4 Don't Talk About Bruno, $3. $2 exactor is $8, $30 tribe, $9.35, super, $41.95. Double of 7.5, $2 ticket, 2040. Wheels up. Second race order finish from the top down 542-316. That's 542-316 in the bottom.
Back Farm of Canada is home to 9 exceptional stallions, including Beach Glass, the last great son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Also new in 2024, Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Double millionaire betting line, sire of 5 winners of over $400,000. Mick Wicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and Hall of Fame inductee. Trixton, sire of 6 who have earned over $500,000, including O'Brien Award winner Evident Beauty. Also standing Archangel, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and My MVP. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
Field for race number 3 is on parade 1, Willie Strike, Bill Meegans, drives and trains and owns. Number 2 is HP Musical Alarm, and it is semi-filling for Daryl Laver and Leanne Davidson and John Curran. Number 3 is George of the Jungle, Brett McDonough for Dominic Gladue and the stable. Number 4, Hilarious Archie, Jason Ryan for Andre Anfontaine and Jeffrey O'Born. Number 5, Lockdown Romeo, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. And number 6, Badinsky, Travis Henry for Mary Bradford and Cynthia Graham. It's a field of 6 on the Trot Prospect Series, 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. And, well, let's get a look at some of the main players in this dash. And, of course, the most main of them is number 4, Hilarious Archie. There we see Jason Ryan and Archie on the track right now, Rob.
He looks really sharp out there, doesn't he, Gary? I mean, he looks pretty proud of himself. All the way on the engine last time. I mean, it was interesting because the start before that I thought was, decent enough, but he really raised his game. Obviously getting put into play off the switch last time from the same post he has tonight. Went to the lead. Obviously got help from a pretty soft second quarter, but was kind of alone on the engine through much of that mile before winning in 57-2 as the favorite. Took a lot of money on that occasion and it has raced well pretty much throughout this season. He's faced some tougher competition. That's where he's kind of not picked up a check or missed the board at times, but 5 on the board finishes 8 tries. I think he's a clear one to beat in here. That's why I was willing to single him in the pick 4 and the pick 5, and I'd be very surprised if we don't see him leaving intently off the switch again.
Now, the thing is, again, when we have this jockey favorite trying to get the exacta right, in fact, in the last one with the chalk, you got the try straight, and you got to get it maybe here again because I think this one's going to stay down. We both landed on Lockdown Romeo, and I was surprised. I've liked Lockdown Romeo, but it's the gate speed is why I tend to fall for him.
Yeah, no, I you know what, I went back and watched some replays, and you're right. I think we always kind of will lean in the direction of tactical speed, right? We know that it has a lot of success here at the river and really anywhere on the B tracks. You need to have that early foot, at least be able to get in a position off the gate, and he's got that. I mean, he's last time out at Mohawk Park got away second from post 6, and before that, Georgian down second from the same starting spot. The second was a place with 2 back, last time out a little bit further, but a horse like him, I think that he's at a disadvantage with the longer stretch at Mohawk Park. So he's going to like him back here to the river this evening. So 5-1 on the board right now. I mean, I think that's probably the number you have to demand if you're going to bet him flat. But I do like him underneath my main player in the exacta.
Before we get to number 6, Badinsky, I just want to mention the missing chart line on 2, HP Musical Alarm, Saturday at Sarnia. 5th beaten 5 in 2:01. 5th beaten 5 lengths 2:01. Garrett Rooney drove. Number 6, Badinsky. That last race at Mohawk, not in keeping with some of the other ones, had a nice run of top 3 finishes. What were your thoughts about that good run and then they start at Mohawk?
Well, the start at Mohawk obviously was a little to be desired, right? Get away 6th off the gate, get beat by a wide margin on the end of it to Wheels Ablazing, and even like with Lockdown Romeo kind of fading late, that one still had a pretty healthy gap over Batinsky. But Batinsky's one that we see some really good lines on the B tracks, good efforts here at Grand River. That's second to Veracruz, third to Veracruz before that. And you get reunited with Travis Henry this evening as well from the uttermost post in the contest. I think he's one you could also use underneath. I was kind of torn between those two. We see a lot of support going for George of the Jungle right now. I was torn between Lockdown Romeo and Batinsky for who to use in the underneath position behind Hilarious Archie.
And we see Batinsky also racing in a grassroots at Dresden, and third. Wheels Ablazing was second in that one, and so that's a bit of a measuring stick there as well. 6-1. Number 3, George of the Jungle, well, is one that was third at Mohawk with Wheels Ablazing winning on the big track.
Yeah, George of the Jungle's another one that's kind of interesting, right? We saw him have a lot of success here in 3 consecutive efforts earlier in the summer. In the month of July, he had a second at Symbol of Beauty, then he third at Genie T, and then he got off the schneid with that victory on July 24th. was first over, forged to the lead, ended up being a pretty solid winner on that occasion, and he got his first lifetime victory in the 10th start of his career. Since then, he's taken on tougher competition. One start and onwards, won at Mohawk Park, was never a factor there after taking support to the tune of 7-2. Then had that break in stride in third last time out, two wheels ablazing. So I get the support for him. You see some really nice efforts on the page there, but he's 1 for 13. He's got 4 on the board finishes, and I mean, I wouldn't be able to put him in the same category Hilarious Archie, even at 3-5. And I think Batinsky and Lockdown Romeo, I like ahead of him as well. So maybe we can get some better value in the bottom of the exotics by pushing him further down the ticket.
And then there are 2 on the inside that aren't taking much interest. But Willie Strike at Georgian Downs last time out had the inside and actually raced pretty well. And now you look over at 204-1, but look, that track has kind of come up dead of late. And also that track was off a second, but I think it was off much more than that. It's been kind of off for a couple of weeks now.
It has been. No, on Row night, it felt at times like you were watching races in quicksand. Like it was really seemed very slow. And I know it hasn't really gotten better since then for those types of miles. So I do think you got to kind of throw out the actual mile times at Georgian in recent efforts. HP Musical Alarm is one that might be like teasing for me in last race. He might be the one to throw in the bottom end of the Tri or the Super if you really want to see some value. He's one that can kind of plug in for a trip and get a piece of it. I mean, I think he's been racing better than advertised in the program.
I'm cheering for Willie Strake just because of Bill Meegans. I want to see him win another race, and I imagine that would be the most senior win in harness racing. And now that I'm becoming up there, I cheer for the others that are there. It's a field of 6 for race number 3. They're into the backstretch. Field for the 3rd is at the start of the route. Lockdown Romeo. Off stride, Hilarious Archie, Badinsky, and then HP Musical Alarm, George of the Jungle, and Willie Strike. Hilarious Archie is off stride. Lockdown Romeo, thou art in front by a length and a half. George of the Jungle on the outside now is moving up, and then Badinsky is on the inside and is racing 3rd. HP Musical Alarm, Willie Strike is racing 5th. They come off the turn, and George of the Jungle wants to challenge Lockdown Romeo for the lead, and George of the Jungle and Brett McDonald now is going to take the front. Lockdown Romeo is going to fill the pocket, but Dinsky is in behind 2 butts and is racing 3rd. Then it is HP Musical Alarm and Willie Strike, and Hilarious Archie is way back trailing the field. 28-1 opening quarter. They head up towards the half. George of the Jungle is on top. Lockdown Romeo, thou art getting a nice trip in the pocket. Badinsky on the inside 3rd, 57-3 halftime. Then it is HP Musical Alarm. Willie Strike, Hilarious Archie is still trailing after that early break. George of the Jungle at 6-1 has the lead. Lockdown Romeo on the inside, and now there goes Badinsky on the outside, and Badinsky is coming on off that 57-3 halftime. They roll up to 3/4. George of the Jungle by about a length and a quarter. And on the outside, now a length from the front, is Badinsky on the inside 3rd. Lockdown Romeo, HP Musical Alarm, and Willie Strike, and Hilarious Archie in the field is reaching for the top of the stretch of 3/4, 126-4. George of the Jungle, Badinsky on the outside and racing on the inside 3rd. Lockdown Romeo is going to try it up the passing lane. On down the stretch drive they come. George of the Jungle, Lockdown Romeo went off stride, darting into the passing lane, and on the outside, Badinsky, well, it's close to the finish, but maybe George of the Jungle. Badinsky is on the outside. HP Musical Alarm is 3rd, 157-1. Rob, another horse tries it up the passing lane, and that doesn't go well for Romeo, and it's closer to finish. I thought it was maybe Badinsky, but you know what? I'm gun shy because I blew the last call Wednesday night, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I can sense your little gunshots tonight, Gary. Usually you really just hang it out there and take a stand. But you know what? Race changes dramatically right from the get-go. We've seen that happen already tonight. But another one, Hilarious Archie makes the break off the gate. Now it opens the door wide open for somebody else in here. And I thought Lockdown Romeo might actually be the one firing up the passing lane for the victory there. I thought he had a lot of trot, but it looked like when he was sliding into the passing lane, he just kind of made that miscue. Might have been over trotting himself. Might have been tight quarters. I don't know, but I thought he was going to do good things up there. He ends up jumping it off, and these two are noses apart at the wire. Wow, that is close. Batinsky and George the Jungle, a couple of horses that are 6 or 7 to 1 on the board right now, with a heavy favorite in the dash.
I'm glad to see it being close because you know what? At least if I'm wrong, then because Wednesday night, to be honest with you, it wasn't that close.
No, yeah, and I mean, you were pretty definitive about it, and I always have faith in you. I know, maybe I've doubted you a couple times a year, but I actually was on board with you that time around. So I felt kind of silly too that I was going on and on that the other horse had won.
Nah, I fell asleep at the switch somehow. Got Friday night was going to be off, and I maybe took it off a race too early. But back in front of us is the winner, number 6, Budinsky, 6-3-2-5. Budinsky at 7-1 is the winner in race number 3. 3-year-old looks like a Chippendale Brown gelding by Cynthia Graham and Mary Ratchford. Mary Ratchford, the trainer. Travis Henry is the winning driver. Budinsky's 4th win, mile of 157-1. Note the inquiry sign up pertaining to the break-in strata for Hilarious Archie. Inquiry pertains to 4 Hilarious Archie. Ben's inquiries pertain to 4 Hilarious Archie and 5 Lockdown Romeo. Fans, as it pertains to the inquiries, first of all, the judge is looking at 5 Lockdown Romeo off strat at the finish and will be placed back due to a double lapped on break at the finish. Judges also reviewed the break in strata 4 Hilarious Archie and was on an extended break. So even though Hilarious Archie, who finished 5th, moves up to 4th when Lockdown Romeo is placed, then is placed back to 6th because of that extended break. So the top 4 will be 6-3-2-1. 6-3-2-1. Lockdown Romeo is double placed due to that double lapped on at the finish. And then Hilarious Archie, who was 5th and moves up to 4th, then moves back to last because of an extended break. And so the breaks and the placings start from the finish, working backwards around the race. And that's the result of 6-3-2-1, the top 4. The third race payouts, number 6, Badinsky. 1645, 70 and 463. George of the Jungle, 630 and 410 and 2. HP Musical Alarm, 1160. $2 exactor, 127.40. Dollar try, 288.70. Dollar super factor, 1329.50. And that 20-cent super is 265.90. Fans, the third race sort of finished from the top. Willie Strike is sixth, placed fifth, and then placed up to fourth. Then 3-2. Then Hilarious Archie, fifth place, fourth, placed sixth. Extended break. Lockdown Romeo was fourth, placed sixth, double lapped on at the finish, and then placed up to fifth. The order of finish from the top down after the placing is 4-3-2, 6-5-1. There'll be a test later. Hope you took notes. Field for race number 4 on Parade 1, Cove Beach. Daryl Thiessen for Chris Hill. Number 2, Easy, Breezy, Beautiful Paul Kenser for Phil Coleman. And number 3, Wifey Said So, Scott Culver, Jody Cullen, Keith Hanna, and Ron and Travis Cullen. For his fashion forward, Anthony Hunt from McCrone and Hunt Racing. Five is scratched in number 6, Miss Sophia Rose, Jason Ryan for Mark Goddard and William Brown. Number 7, my Maserati, Jay Harris for Frank Mancini and Tess Waxman and Carmelo Chime. And Frank shares in ownership. It is time. Waits on no one. Travis Henry for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. And 9, JK Lifesaver. Brett McDonough for Alan Steves. Field of 8, race number 4. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, number 7, my Maserati, is currently sitting at 6-1. Jay Harris for Frank Mancini. Winless on the air, but you're hoping that changes right here.
Yeah, she's winless on the year, and usually, I stray away from those types. But 5 on the board finishes, and her recent form's not that bad at all. A couple of seconds to Red Dirt, Hot Shot in her last 3. Last time out, made a break in stride at the start. No chance after that. Ended up finishing 5th, but those 2 seconds were both solid, and a 3rd place finish against Tougher as well. So, I mean, that's an open, 8 claimer there at Georgian Downs. I think it stacks up well against this group, and love the fact that you get Jay Harris support tonight. So I think that's a big price right now at 6-1. Not sure if it's going to hold at that, but tremendous value on her at this point.
Well, and look, we've had some chalky horses tonight that didn't deliver. One in the first that got refunded off stride that we saw even before the race being questionable, and then that one in the last race also goes off stride early. So it's been a wide open night. It's been a strange night in my Maserati. I love that you take a flyer on that horse because although here's the one question. Broke stride last time out at Georgian Downs, too. Number 8, time waits on no one. You decided to hang out on the outside of the gate here in this race.
Yeah, might as well, look to the outside speed anyways. That was kind of the game plan. I like Fashion Forward for a big piece of it in here, but I do like siding with Tactical Speed, right? And my Maserati has it. I'm not worried about that break last time as much, Gary, because it's over a track that was 2 seconds off, so it doesn't really count against her going forward, right? I mean, it's not like if she breaks again, she's got to qualify. It doesn't count against her there. But the 8 time waits on no one. This is one that Conley pegged as the best bet last time out and held on by a neck as the favorite in around the same group of company. And Red Dirt Hotshot was the one that actually she held on against, and that's the form reference I use for my Maserati. So I like those 2 because of that. And Time Waits on No One is a horse that, again, gets forwardly placed and typically hits the board. 11 for 29 this year, and a lot of on-the-board finishes with 22 top 3 finishes for that one. So I like those 2 right now, and 5 and 6-1. That's a pretty good number on both of them.
Number 9, JK's Lifesaver. Talk about a pretty good number. There's a pretty good number.
Yeah, big number right now, 21-1. This is one that I was fond of last time. Didn't think that she raced all that well, to be perfectly honest. She got away second off the gate and kind of got an inside journey before backing away in the stretch. But I just thought that, before that, her form was pretty decent. I mean, that 4th place finish 2 back at an amateur event. First over a long way to choreographer. I think we'd back choreographer against this group and About a Boy as well. So I still think there's more for JK's Lifesaver. Trailing post tonight might be able to work out a decent journey and just try to hide along the pylons before getting a piece of it. That's kind of the game plan. So I think that this is one that you want to use in the bottom end of the try and super at worst, and hope she can spice it up.
Now look, I did take Fashion Forward on top, but at even money I'd probably be shopping elsewhere off of back-to-back 8th place finishes, but the difference in class is something to talk about here.
It definitely is. Now, for me, this is kind of a condition 8 claimer, right? So a condition 20 claimer, yeah, it's a drop down and stuff. But I always kind of am a little bit leery of conceding that when it's those non-winners of X lifetime condition claiming events down to one like this. But yes, I get it. It's softer competition, probably pound for pound. Just I don't know how you get there with confidence at even money. I think that's too short, in my opinion. I think she's a useful horse. She can go any kind of a trip first over. She can race from off the pace. She'll likely be put somewhere on the pace tonight. But even money too short for me, Gary. I wouldn't look there for a win ticket, and I'd be looking to try to get the horse we've already talked about, maybe down in the exotics at bigger numbers.
Yeah, and she's been a good one in the past and races out of a good barn. But boy, off that recent form, even money is getting very hard to swallow. And what about Wifey Said So? It's Jody Cullen's barn, but Wifey Said So's last race was unimpressive. Now, got interfered with early.
Yeah, no, she's one that could be in the mix in here. I mean, she's over 13 on the year. She can bounce back with a better effort. I mean, it's not often you see a Jody Cullen horse at 20-1 here at the River in any class. The horse has taken support throughout the betting is the one Cove Beach. You got that win 3 starts ago. Since then, a couple of sevenths. Daryl Thiessen up for a follow-up drive. I mean, this is one where, I think that she can be in the mix throughout. But I'm a little bit surprised with that money. Maybe you got to follow the money on that one. I'm not too sure. But serious support for Cove Beach throughout the betting. Now down to 5-2.
I like your 4-1 on My Maserati, and that was a great point you made about that break coming on a sloppy track, so they might be less concerned about needing to be conservative here. Field of 8 for the 4th race, nearing the start. 4th dash on a Monday night at the River. It's a field of 8. It's race number 4 at the start of the rough. And from the outside, getting out is My Maserati, and time waits on no one. And Cove Beach on the inside, and Fashion Forward is placed into the front 4. Then Easy Breezy Beautiful, but My Maserati has the lead, and time waits on no one. On the outside is looking to come on and try to clear the front, and Cove Beach is angling out from 3rd, and now we'll think better and take back down to the inside. Fashion Forward is racing on the pylons, and Easy Breezy Beautiful is 5th. Then it is Miss Sophia Rose and JK's Lifesaver, and then back trailing the field as they come on towards us is Wifey Said So, but it is time waits on no one who's got the lead. 26-4 opening quarter. My Maserati is 2nd, Cove Beach 3rd. Now Fashion Forward is going to move out and get to cover. Cove Beach took out from 3rd. Scooting up the inside, Easy Breezy Beautiful is racing 5th. Miss Sophia Rose shares 6th with JK's Lifesaver, and Wifey Said So is back trailing the field, but moves out down the backstretch off a 56-3 halftime, 29-4 second panel. Time waits on no one. Cove Beach is getting a little closer. Cove Beach at 2-1 is coming after. Time waits on no one. 5-2 on the board. My Maserati getting a trip on the inside at 7-1, and Fashion Forward is situated 2nd over. And then it is Miss Sophia Rose and Easy Breezy Beautiful. Wifey Said So, and JK's Lifesaver trails the field. Cove Beach, Slim Bleed. Time waits on no one. Fashion Forward now is going to roll out and get out 3 wide and is moving forward, but Cove Beach right now, the one to beat. And from the backfield, Wifey Said So is coming with Miss Sophia Rose and also JK's Lifesaver. They're bunching up in behind Cove Beach. Cove Beach with a wall of horses in pursuit. On the inside, time waits on no one. Here comes My Maserati up the inside and flying late. Fashion Forward, they come to the finish, and up the inside, My Maserati wins it up the passing lane over Cove Beach. 155-1.
Wow. All I can say is wow. It's Gary, sometimes you're watching a race pan out and you're saying, wow, I couldn't have been any more wrong here. And it's like we get the Disney miracle up the inside there. It's pretty wild, because you know what, Cove Beach, I'm watching the race, and we mentioned down to 5-2 right before the start. Then he gets hit down to 2-1 co-favoritism. Sometimes, in this game, you got to follow the money. And I was watching this horse pace away saying, well, I guess that was the case with this one, because I couldn't find her in this race tonight. And she looks like a winner at every point as she's kind of forging her way to the lead in the first over position. I'm thinking, okay, well, this isn't going to work out for the pick 4 or for anything I bet in this race. I need My Maserati. Somehow it works out. This horse comes to the inside, and it's tough to do. We know it's been tough to come up the inside here at the River. This horse fires up there. 7-1 on this horse. That's a monster number. It really is. I thought this horse had a big chance tonight. Was not worried about that breaking stride last time. Yeah, did we get lucky? Of course we did. But sometimes you got to be lucky in harness racing.
Yeah, but also you had the right idea. You took the 2 outside horses. 7 and 8 were your top 2. And they both did get off the gate the way you had mentioned. And Fashion Forward did float up to 2-1. But yeah, that's probably still not quite enough considering the recent form on Fashion Forward. But I love you going on the outside.
Yeah, I just thought that'd be the lineup, and it was the lineup. And I thought time waits on no one's going to be able to fend off Cove Beach off current form. Wasn't able to do so. And Fashion Forward, kind of a perfect trip, but just, a horse that sometimes doesn't fire, even from those favorable journeys, and ends up 4th tonight. Will likely be, useful in around this level. But My Maserati 7-1, extreme value in this spot, and happy to get it.
Nice piece of handicapping, Rob. And My Maserati, your top 1 wins. at a healthy 7-1. My Maserati 5-year-old American Ideal Bay Mare owned by Tess Waxman and Carmelo Shime and Frank Mancini. Frank is also the trainer. Jay Harris, the winning driver. First win on the air for my Maserati. Sixth win lifetime. 155-1. And out trackside, we also have a group here this evening that will be competing September the 7th in the International Mounted Games representing Canada. That International Mounted Games right here at Grand River, September the 7th. They're competing against New Zealand and Australia, the UK, and of course the USA. That's our a group of competitors in the International Mounted Games. Good luck to them here at Grand River, September the 7th. The fourth race payout, 7 my Maserati, $16.60, $7.90, and $5.60. 1 Cove Beach, $383. 8-time weights and no one, $350. $2 exactor, $56. Dollar try, $152.35. Dollar super, $465. Fourth race order of finish from the top. 2874 scratch 5136. That's 2874 scratch 5136 in the bottom. Field 4, race number 5 on parade. 1 is Insanity. Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Mike Goldberg. Number 2 is Like Chaos. Bruce Richardson drives and trains for Joe Coffey.
Jump in the 4.
4. Eternally Hanover Ride to Rush for Amanda Fine and Marty Fine and Brenda Loringer and Joe Brown.
Going to back 3. It's on now.
Number 3. Eden on the Hill, Semi-Filia for Mark Goddard and Howard Kaufman, Bryn Mawr and Joshua Kaufman. And number 5 is Made of Magic, Dean Wall, drives straight for Keith Wilson. Number 6 is Cameron Hanover, Daryl Thiessen for Camila Christoforou. Number 7, Jokic, Mark Hensel drives and trains for Dean Lockhart. And number 8, Zip Me Up, Jay Harris for Mark Goddard and Howard Kaufman and Bryn Mawr and Joshua Kaufman. 9 is Fly Beyond, Anthony Hahn for David Fry. Field of 9, race number 5. Let's get a look at some of the main ones in here. And Rob, last race you started off with a 7 and 8 on the outside, and your 7 wins at 7-1. Now you go right back to the inside with Insanity, and certainly that's not crazy because I have a 2-1 and you have 1-2. We see this race reasonably similarly, even though the tote board isn't quite leaning that way.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some big adjustments on the tote board come post time. Right now, Made of Magic taking all the money. We should talk about the multi-leg wagers, Gary, first. I mean, pick 3s, pick 4s, all paying well, but how about those pick 5s? Only 5 horses paying. The 1, 2, 3, and 6 would have a pair of live tickets alive here at $39.55 for 20 cents. The 9, just 1 ticket alive, $6,885 for 20 cents. So real big payouts in those pick 5s, and again, 4 chances to carry over. But for me, I went back to Insanity. I mean, when this horse, kind of gets good, I mean, he's tough to get past. He slides down to the pole position tonight. Same class. Not, obviously has to face a little bit tougher this time around with it opened up to the top condition, but that's why he gets to draw to the inside. 4 for 25 in the season. Hits the board with incredible frequency, and his biggest asset's his foot off the gate. I mean, he likes to fly off the gate, and he swells up on the engine, and right now he's in good order for Ben Hollingsworth. So I came right back to him. I think he can double up here. 7-2 to me is a pretty solid number. But wow, look at the price of the 2 Like Chaos right now, 9-1.
And 9-1 on Like Chaos is my top one. I'd love to hold at that, or even get 7-1 and match you on 7-7 wins here. And Like Chaos is certainly one that's got some possibilities in this dash. I think can get off the gate reasonably well. Also, might be able to be a trip horse.
Yeah, it really could shake out like 1-2, 2-1 off the gate. That's the way it's supposed to be. Insanity can kind of leave with the cars. So at the end of the day, I think he ends up being the pace setter. But Like Chaos last time was first over against that rival for a long way. He kind of got the worst of it. Raced really well, in my opinion. Only get beat by 3/4 of a length in a race where the Great Reset was in between them and probably would have won if he didn't break stride. He's not in here tonight. Like Chaos is, and I think even 6-1's a good number. I thought he raced tremendous in defeat, and he certainly fits in nicely with this group.
I had a feeling the money was going to come for Cameron Hanover, and it hasn't as much as I thought it would. Look, another drop in class, tons of back class on the 6.
There is, and Cameron Hanover, again, for a horse that's got 24 lifetime wins and 500,000 May, whenever I think about him, I think of Camera Shy. And again, that's the way many handicappers and horse players think, because in recent years, he's been more Camera Shy. 4 for 24 last year. He's 0 for 15 this year, though, with 9 on the board finishes. Last time out, he's third to Grateful and Marvin Hagler. Marvin Hagler yesterday in Leamington set the track record there, 157 flat. Monster Mile, winning the Robert McIntosh Memorial Trot. Crushed his rivals in there. Grateful's at Mohawk Park tonight. Pegged on top in the Horse Players Journal. That horse has been in phenomenal order. I kind of went against him too because I thought that he'd be the favorite. He's not the favorite right now. He's 9-2. I think that's pretty good value on him as well. The bettors are kind of torn here and being pulled in many different directions, and I'm a little bit shocked that Cameron Hanover is not taking more support.
And look, in the last race, a horse that you took on top was 0 for 17 on the year in the win column. This one 0 for 15. We'll see if we have double offers come in. Number 3, Eden on the Hill, is one that could bounce back with authority. You've been watching this one race against Tougher at Mohawk, but he's a win-shy type. 1 win in 24 on the year.
Yeah, he's been facing tougher. I mean, you look at who he's been going up against. Those middle condition ranks, and even that non-winners of 8,000 last 5, you can face some really tough horses in there. Southwind Course, 2 back. Last time Ricky resolved. But you just said it, 1 for 24 in the season. He's got 12 on the board finishes. I just have a hard time taking a short price on here, and here it comes right now. Favoritism for Eden on the Hill. People like going with those horses and making the trip from Mohawk Park. Their times look very flashy. Does he have a chance in here? Absolutely, but I like him more so in the exotic, somewhere in the high 5.
And a quick thought on Maid of Magic is also getting away from Mohawk and had been facing Tougher. And 15 to 1 morning line that's way off, but 4 to 1.
Yeah, I think should be bigger than that. I mean, at the end of the day, those are non-winners of 3 races. The last 2, yes, good horses, but not the likes of what Eden on the Hill's been facing. So the margin between those 2 should be much greater. And I do think the 1, 2, and 6 here hold an advantage because they've raced here with more recency, in the 1 and 2 especially, and Insanity because he's been spending his last 4 starts here. So I'm going to stick with Insanity at 4 to 1. It's a very intriguing dash, though.
Well, the tote board has finally leaned in the direction of 6 Cameron Hanover. Good dash for the 5th race, a field of 9 into the backstretch, taking up their positions. Field for the 5th race is in the backstretch, in position. They're at the start of the rough, and down the center of the track coming out, Eternally Hanover off stride, Eden on the Hill. Eternally Hanover, Insanity pressing through on the inside. Maid of Magic right now is 2nd, Insanity 3rd. Like Chaos is forwardly placed 4th, and then Cameron Hanover mid-pack 5, then Fly Beyond, and back to Joe Kitch and Zip Me Up. Eternally Hanover at 25 to 1 made the early lead, and Maid of Magic is hung out, and Insanity is on the inside racing 3rd. Then positioned 4th is Like Chaos as the field works their way off the turn and comes on towards us. And then 5th in line is Cameron Hanover. Then it is Fly Beyond and Joe Kitch and Zip Me Up. And Eden on the Hill is back trailing after a break in stride. But it's Eternally Hanover at 25 to 1 who has the lead off a 26 and 4 opening quarter. As they work their way towards the half, Insanity is getting a really good trip. And on the inside racing 3rd, Maid of Magic. There goes Like Chaos now. And is going to work first over and give cover to Cameron Hanover, who's tied up on the back of Like Chaos. Like Chaos is coming on and looking to grab 2nd from Insanity, who is racing in the pocket. 55 and 4 halftime. Eternally Hanover at 25 to 1. Now has to deal with Like Chaos. Insanity on the inside is 3rd. Cameron Hanover gets a little bit closer, and now it's Like Chaos to come on and grab the lead. Like Chaos, Cameron Hanover on the outside is racing 2nd. Eternally Hanover is 3rd. Fly Beyond now, and Insanity is shuffled back on the inside and can't get out. Maid of Magic and Zip Me Up late, and then it is back further to Joe Kitch and Eden on the Hill, and it is Like Chaos, 3/4, 125. Like Chaos and Cameron Hanover. Like Chaos and Bruce Richardson on the inside. Cameron Hanover and Daryl Thiessen on the outside. Like Chaos and Cameron Hanover. Like Chaos is digging in. Like Chaos holds off Cameron Hanover. Then Fly Beyond and Maid of Magic 150. 4 and 1. Like Chaos dropped down to 3 to 1. Rob, but victorious. And again, Cameron Hanover staying on the 0 for column.
Yeah, but he races so well in defeat, doesn't he? I mean, at the end of the day, Cameron Hanover would be a horse that I would love to own. 500,000 lifetime earnings, obviously, 24 victories, but he goes out there and he's an earner, right? He's a good earner. Cameron Hanover just hasn't got his picture taken yet this season. Got to be coming up to it, though. He kind of went on a bit of a roll last year. We'll probably see that at some point again this year. But Like Chaos, Gary, you'd like this one tonight. The price we said was certainly right on him, even though it shortened up a bit. He raced tremendous in defeat last time. Insanity kind of doesn't get the trip he really flourishes with this evening. Like Chaos got the better of the journey and was able to kind of rush first over at a long shot who went big fractions. So that's really an ideal situation for a horse like Light Chaos. He ends up being the winner, and then we see some real bombs in the bottom end of the high fives. So this will be an interesting payout.
Yeah, and look, the 1, 2, 6 were the ones that we were playing, along with Eden on the Hill making that break in stride. But as you said, Insanity, that trip's not what you had planned out. You thought you could push out from post 1, but when you get that big gate speed early from a long shot, that changes the whole game. But it did play nicely to Light Chaos. There's Fly Beyond at 50 to 1. And Made of Magic is actually solid effort.
It was, a horse that kind of took money throughout that. I kind of thought the morning line was correct on Made of Magic. Now, I'm a big fan of the horse, don't get me wrong, but this is a pretty snug group. He raced really well, and that's what really kind of threw the curveball early was the fact internally Hanover sprints off the gate, Insanity can only get away second, and Made of Magic got left out there, so Insanity couldn't really make a move. Not that he would anyways, going 26-4, 55-4. Made of Magic ends up having to take hold, grab a spot on the pylons, and then still race really well to be fourth, all things considered, at 8 to 1. So, and like you said, Fly Beyond 50 to 1. He was the pool shot in the pick 5. He ran well to be third, and Zip Me Up from post 8 always helps you get the 8 hole on the ticket, 80 to 1.
It is a very nice ticket, and of course, Insanity being off was a bit down to 9 to 2, so that's part of the story in there. But it's a 2-6-9-5-8 top 5, and Bruce Richardson back in front of us with the win. With Light Chaos, 4-year-old looks like a Chippendale Bay gelding. Bruce Richardson owns, along with Joe Coffey, Bruce the trainer, and the winning driver. And it is the third win on the year for Light Chaos. Mile of 1:54-1. There's a picture of Bruce on the with a beautiful Toronto Maple Leafs hat on as well. Fifth race payouts, number 2 Light Chaos, 830, 450, and 376. Cameron Hanover, 410, 330. 9 Fly Beyond, 760. $2 exactor, 30-30. Dollar try, 180-20. Dollar pick 3, 961.95. Dollar win for coming up in a moment is 828.70. The 20-cent pick 5, 3,955.39, and a 20-cent high 5. Also, a big price on that 20-cent high 5. And the 20-cent high 5, 5,713.37. Kaboom! Fifth race, order finish from the top down, 618-942-753. That's 618-942-753.
Like chaos, getting the job done in race number 5. Tremendous payouts in the high five there. How about a whole pool going to one lucky ticket holder of $5,700, and the pick 5, 2 winning tickets at $3,900 and change. So big payouts here at the river. I always say those pick 5s, high 5s, pick 4s, must plays. Monster payouts tonight. Congrats to those who caught it. Looking now at the late pick 5, and this is one I've been waiting for because I have a horse that I absolutely love tonight in race number 8. So I kind of just built a ticket around that one and did the whole 3x3x3x3 with a single in the middle. And for me, starting off here, the 1, 4, and 7, kind of a tricky looking race overall. But you can't use every horse in the race. So 1, 4, 7 for me to kick us off here in race number 6. 2, 6, and 7 in the 7th. She's lawless. I think can bounce back. Better post. Got hurt in the early stages last time. Got parked out a long way before fitting back to 5th. I like her chances. Big Nipper, a horse I'm always fond of. Getting back into action off a scratch, and RJ Jean is one that I think has upset potential in race number 7. Just the 2 Vendetta Blue Chip, and waiting for her. She's on the watch list, right near the top of it. And last time out, no real chance the way the race unfolded. Beach Games got away from them on the engine. She was making up serious ground late in that mile after getting around one that kind of dragged her out of contention. And I think she scores in the second start of her career against a field now that's void of that one that beat her last time. She'll likely be a short price, though. 4, 6, and 8 in race number 9. Bolt Power, Cheddar Bay, Wild River Bumblebee. Cheddar Bay is one that I think can really do good things if he blasts off to the lead in there. Bolt Power, a winner 3 starts ago, one that's worth using. Might be able to trip out, and Wild River Bumblebee is one that can always step up with a big effort. Classy veteran. Him and Cheddar Bay both with more than 250,000 made in their careers. And then in that finale, race number 10, the 5, 6, and 9. Stag Royal, nose on gate. I'd probably be all in on her because she was so good last time on the engine. I like the 5, Twinbee Nancy's Wish. Kind of had to attack them in the later stages last time and could not get to Stag Royal. Good as hell is intriguing to me, though, the 6. I mean, I think that's one that maybe she can be a big bust out in the multis. Happy to have her on the ticket. We'll tab what her win price will be when we get there in the finale. $16.20 the cost of my ticket. Let's see what Conley's got in store for us. Conley gives us tickets for all the multi-legs. He was kind of close in that early one. He got busted out in my top pick in race number 4, my Maserati. He goes spreading out in the early stages, and then he's going to go down to a single in the last. 1, 2, 4, and 6 here in the opening leg. Then he goes down to the 1, 2, and 4 in race number 7. So we're on the same page as She's Lawless, and there he's got a couple of price plays as well in that one. Race number 8, the 1, 2, and 4. So he's got Laura's Crush and Funny, as well as the 2 Vendetta Blue Chip. Race 9, the 5 and 6. He's got Hungry to Succeed, who is one that I think will take money in there, and I just want to see more from before I'm willing to back him. Cheddar Bay, those on his ticket. I'm fond of that one, of course. And race 10, just the 5 Twinbee Nancy's Wish. And I know that is the subject of his Cash In with Conley video on X that was put out on the Grand River X account today. That's one he loves in the finale. No surprise to see him singling that one in race number 10. $14.40 is the cost of a 20-cent ticket for his late pick 5. Again, feel free to add and subtract to our tickets as you see fit. And you got a couple minutes to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 5 sequence. Again, low takeout 15%. We'll come back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for race number 6 on parade. 1 is Monoceros. It's Daryl Thiessen for Gary Murner and Mike Flynn. Number 2 is Ace 44 Bella. Brett McDonough for Craig Gilmore and Dana White. Number 3, Here's the Thing. Tom Smith for Jane Walker. And number 4, Raz and Jazz. Austin Sorry for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. 5 is Sweeter Than Lou. Jay Harris for Sean Stacy and Diane Bertrand and Robert Gillespie and Mark Stacy. Number 6, Tea Party Hanover. Sammy Filia for Bruce McDonald and Jack Darling Stables and Bradley Grant. And number 7, Always Be Merry. Anthony Hahn for Meg Crone and Andrew Moore and Tommy Godfrey. Field of 7, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field. Well, Rob, a couple races ago, you took a horse from post 7 and you had a very merry cash at 7-1. You come right back to the same post position this time out and a little more of a price, 18-1.
Yeah, I'm okay with Always Be Merry here at that number, that's for sure. Last time out, I pegged this horse on top in the Horse Players Journal at Mohawk Park, August 16th, and got a good trip, but didn't have any room in the late stages. 27-3 on the end of it, nowhere to really go, never got a clear path before the wire, and I think this is, kind of I'd say it is a drop down in competition. And first start Meg Crone now. Meg Crone, and I think that we're going to see good things from Always Be Merry. I mean, the post was the big concern for me, but again, it's 7-horse field. I think she can maybe float off the gates. 21-1's absurd. It really is. That's way too high. And Always Be Merry again. I was willing to take 10-1 on her last time out at Mohawk Park in the same class. Now there's a 2. I like her chances. I mean, maybe she doesn't pop tonight, but either way, we're going to keep a close eye on her.
Now, I have to assume that one of the reasons you went there is you kind of thought maybe Raz and Jazz was going to be lower than 4-1, and the money might come for Raz and Jazz. You weren't on Raz and Jazz last time out, but she raced really well to win again.
Yeah, I showed no loyalty to a horse that was good to me, right? I mean, that's the one thing. I like usually backing horses that owe me nothing, because then you can't be upset when they don't come through for you if they've already kind of padded your bankroll. But I went off her last time. She went off as a favorite, and it was because those races at Georgian, Gary, they just weren't as good as her efforts here at Grand River. The thing is that you noted it. That track's kind of been on the dead side at Georgian Downs, and that usually makes it very tiring for pace setters. So maybe that's what it was there, but she loves it here in Elora, and I think that obviously she's got a big chance to double up here again and notch another victory over this surface. We see 4 of them right there on the page, all 4 this season. We're right here at Grand River. And I wouldn't be surprised to see her in the winner's circle again.
I'd love to see that price hold, but I just don't believe it can. Look, number 1, Monoceros, that's a good effort. Missed a bunch of time, and then the last time out had post 7. It was way back early, and it came flying late, and now gets the inside. And you look further down the page, you see this one can get off the gate. Monoceros is an offer that just might end here.
Yeah, it might end here. I mean, no value right now. I mean, it's tough to swallow, right? 2-1 now, 28-1 last time. I kind of liked her chances last time. But now that regular rotation, right? Things that we like, regular rotation, second start for, a good barn like Gary Murner's, and he's having a tremendous year. Daryl Thiessen, follow-up steer. A lot of boxes being ticked for Monoceros. But the problem for me is the price just too short right now. Like, I'm not going to be surprised at all if she goes out and wins. But that's a tough number to swallow, especially on a win ticket.
You know what's interesting? Ace 44 Bella is sitting there saying, you saw that I left from post 8 last race and got out well and finished second to Raz and Jazz. Why no interest?
Yeah, I've got interest in 4th. I mean, it's just tough for me to kind of get her any higher. Again, I still love the price on the 7, Always Be Merry. But Ace 44 Bella raced well last time, and she's got some solid efforts up and down that page. Just 1 for 22 in her career. hit the board with frequency this year, though, and I think she might be able to trip out again. Obviously, big-time post relief is only going to help her chances. So I think you've got to use her in the mix.
And, I want to touch on number 5, Sweeter Than Lou, because one that raced pretty well on the lead last time. No, gave it up late, but Sweeter Than Lou, that was probably maybe a race that could get her going because she was a little bit off form.
Yeah, I think she can definitely kind of build off that one. We like to say that, right? When a horse goes a long way in the lead, it opens up their lungs. She set legit fractions. She ends up finishing third in there, and kind of her first time in a while, anyways, in Alora. And I think we can probably see her kind of build off that one and springboard to a better effort. 7-1. I thought she would take support here. The problem is, Gary, there's so many horses that I think kind of you can back in here. The betting public's in the same spot that we are and saying, well, like, where's the money go? So some horses get overlooked. And right now, Sweeter Than Lou is one of them.
Yeah, and look at, you're still sitting at a decent price. Always Be Merry at 9-1. It'd be nice to get that one down. It's been a very night for your, a rather merry night for your handicapping Monoceros at 2-1. I still love my 3-1 on Raz and Jazz. We'll see how it unfolds. Monoceros and Ace 44 Bella on the inside, on the center. Here's the thing, Raz and Jazz, Sweeter Than Lou. And to the outside, Tea Party Hanover, and to Always Be Merry. Field of 7, race number 6 on a Monday night at the River. Field for the 6th dash is at the start of the rough, and Razin Jazz comes out quickly with Sweeter Than Lou. And on the inside, it is Monoceros racing third, Ace 44 Bella, Tea Party Hanover. Then here is the thing, Always Be Merry's trailing the field. Razin Jazz dropped down to 2-1, has the lead. Sweeter Than Lou at 14-1 is second. Monoceros racing third on the inside, and then on the outside, Tea Party Hanover, Ace 44 Bella's on the pylons. And here's the thing, and Always Be Merry is trailing the field. Razin Jazz leads an opening quarter, 26-3, a strong opening panel. Now will look to pick up a breather, and Sweeter Than Lou is in the pocket, and they're in a line. Monoceros third, Ace 44 Bella. Here's the thing, Tea Party Hanover, and Always Be Merry. No one wanting to pull to the outside just yet. And Razin Jazz now pops out from third. There goes a move from Monoceros. It is Razin Jazz. Monoceros on the outside, 55-4. It was a solid halftime. Razin Jazz, Monoceros, and Sweeter Than Lou. Ace 44 Bella, here's the thing. Now Always Be Merry is past 1. Tea Party Hanover is trailing the field. They head up to 3/4. Razin Jazz leads at a length and a half. Monoceros grinding on the outside. Sweeter Than Lou has been getting a trip. Ace 44 Bella is racing fourth. Then a gap of 3 to Always Be Merry. And here's the thing. And Tea Party Hanover at Razin Jazz, 3/4. 123-3. Sharp fractions. Monoceros on the outside is getting a little closer. Now Austin Surrey looks over his right shoulder and can see Monoceros and Daryl Thiessen within striking distance. Might need to look at Sweeter Than Lou up the passing lane as well. On down the stretch for they come. And it is Razin Jazz. Razin Jazz, Sweeter Than Lou. Razin Jazz continues on. Razin Jazz was able to pound out a winning tune. And then Sweeter Than Lou. Ace 44 Bella. Monoceros 152-3. A mile, just another impressive mile for Razin Jazz. And, well, Rob?
Yeah, went off my girl again, Razin Jazz. And, I don't pay for it dearly. I picked her second and obviously used her in the multis. 2-1 winner. And the thing is that she just loves it here. She loves this surface. She loves it in Alora. She comes here and she just dominates her rivals. I mean, again, 26-3, 55-4. You think, okay, maybe we're going to see, the pocket sitter come out the passing lane, maybe someone from off the pace. Nope, she's just too good for them, and she's not really under that much urging coming to the wire. I mean, kind of well in hand there to Austin Sorey, who's been aboard last time, so an encore performance for that teamster. And again, just a horse that really loves it here and does tremendous things when she makes a trip to Alora.
Yeah, and we saw that it just fits her well, but also, and the fractions were very honest. It wasn't like that she stole this one here. Razin Jazz, 52-3 is a very good mile, half of 55-4.
Absolutely. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you look at the race to Georgian, and I mean, she got an easier go of it. right? A much easier go of it. And she wasn't able to go the distance against those ones. Ends up even facing some of the same rivals she faced there tonight, and she's able to fend them all off and do so with ease. So again, just something about coming to Alora and this service that certainly gets Raz and Jazz on her A game.
Well, a couple of drivers have told me that the horses get over this track very easily. They don't seem to be working all that hard, and Georgian Downs right now, I would say it's just the opposite.
Yeah, I agree. That's the one thing I've heard from a lot of my horse player friends that I speak to on a regular basis. We've all agreed that right now the mile temps at Georgian are ones that you kind of throw out the window.
And they're flying over this track and coming home in 52 and 3. Raz and Jazz victorious. Austin Sorry with the winning drive, and Raz and Jazz, a 3-year-old Racing Hell Bay filly with Gino Toscani, trained by Ashley Lenfoy. 5th win this year, 7th lifetime. Raz and Jazz, 152 and 3. The 6th race payouts for Raz and Jazz, 650, 380, 295. Sweeter than Lou, 1065, 52. Ace 44 Bella, 290. $2 exactor, 63.10. Dollar try, 96.05. Dollar super, 198.75. Sixth race order finish from the top. 43712. Let's start from the top now. 4371256. That's 4371256 on the bottom.
Six races in the books here at the River, and our late pick 5 starts off with a logical one, and Raz and Jazz just doing great things here. I mean, no other way to put it. I mean, she's a monster when she comes here to the River, and hopefully we get to see more of her in the future. There's my ticket, though, for this late pick 4, starting right here in race 7. Low takeout, 15%. 2, 6, and 7 here. Right now, the 5, taking all the money. You Bet She Rocks. One from the Cullen Barn who has been disappointing, at a short price over Georgian Downs recently. And now we're going to get to see her here at the River since the first time since July 22nd when making her a lifetime debut, and was a good fourth on that occasion. So maybe we're going to see her do good things here tonight. May bounce back with a better effort. 6-5 on the board right now. I don't have her on my ticket, though. 2, 6, and 7 for me here to start it off. My best bet, race number 8, all in on the 2 Vendetta Blue Chip. We're likely to see a short price on her. I'm sure everyone else saw what I saw last time. Didn't have much of a chance the way the race unfolded. Settled for second at Beach Games. That one's going to be at Mohawk Park, her next start. So I think the Vendetta Blue Chip now has the door wide open for her to step through to win at second asking. Second start of her career. Love her in race number 8. 4, 6, and 8 in the 9th. Bolt Power, Cheddar Bay, Wild River Bumblebee. Competitive looking dash, top to bottom. Pretty solid group for an owners of 3,000 last 5. Those are the 3 I'm going to go with, though. 4, 6, and 8. Race 10, the 5, 6, and 9. Twin Bee, Nancy's Wish, and Stag Rural are kind of the logical ones in there. Good as hell. One that's a little more creative and I think in with a chance and maybe at a price, too. 12-1 morning line. No real opportunity the last time to get into the race, but raced well to only get beat by 3/4 of a length of fancy lettering 2 starts ago. So happy to have that one on the ticket. $5.40. Just putting 3 horses in each leg around one that I love tonight. $5.40 for a 20-cent ticket. Look at Conley's ticket. See what Conley's doing. He's going to end up with a single on the 5, Twin Bees, Nancy's Wish, in the finale. That's his best bet of the night. I know that. 1, 2, 4 here to start us off in race number 7. And then right back with those same numbers again in race 8 with the 1, 2, and 4. So he's added in the 1, Laura's Crush. She's a 2-year-old against older in race 8, as well as the 4, Fun A, who's last time probably would have done pretty well if not for that break in stride. She made a good account of herself after that miscue anyways, and was second in back-to-back efforts before that. To Succeed is one that I don't have on my ticket, the 5 in there, but I mean, I see where he's going. I mean, he's certainly more than competitive against that group. The 6, Cheddar Bay, classy veteran who I think is going to be in store for a big effort tonight, reunited with Jay Harris. The finale, of course, just a 5, Twin Bee, Nancy's Wish, $3.60 for a 20-cent ticket for Conley Ecclestone in this late pick 4 wager. But you've got a minute or two to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 4. We'll come back in just a few minutes, take a closer look at race number 7.
Field 4, race 7 on parade 1. Don't mess with Molly. Scooter Gimlet drives and trains for James Dean and Brooke Gimlet. Scooter shares in ownership. Number 2, She's Lawless. Scott Kohler, Shane Barrington, a Max stable. 3 is Ace 44 Rebel. Brett McDonough, Craig Gilmore, and Dana White. 4 is Tommy Senorita, Braden Raveling for Coal Creek Standardbred. Number 5 is You Bet She Rocks, Travis Henry for Jody Cullen, Paul Sanders, and Ron Cullen. And 6 is Big Nipper of Mike Horner, drives and trains for Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. Number 7, RJ Jean, Sammy Filia for Ruth Moore and James Hasty. 8 is Century Kiss Me, Daryl Thiessen for Ben Wallace and Wallace Standards and Terry Krawick. And 9 is Love Party, Jay Harris for Mike Whiteniowski and Susan McKeegan. Field of 9, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, we'll start with number 2, She's Lawless, 9-5 on the board. Boy, that last race trip did not work out very well for She's Lawless, but comes right back here, and we have this one on top, expecting things to go better, Rob.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, last time out, you can't hold that against her. She tried to blast off the wings of the gate from post 6. She got left out there a long way, parked pretty much the entire mile before fading back to 5th, and under legit fractions, too. In the start before that, had the same post she has tonight, went all the way on the engine, 56-3. I mean, I think she's the one you kind of have to go to on top. I don't think she's a slam dunk by any stretch. You don't know what took out of her, right? I mean, that's sometimes tough to come right back, after a race like that. But she looks pretty sharp on the track. And, she's not too far removed from that victory 2 starts ago. She's probably still feeling good about herself after that one.
Yeah, then Big Nipper. We both have this one pegged for second, and it's Mike Horner. And look at this is one that's done some decent things this year, 5 out of 10 in the top 3.
And 12-1, I mean, we're not going to see that come post, I don't think, because end of the day, just a transportation scratch last time out. So you miss a week between starts, but the entrance from the Horner barn always come to play. They always come ready to roll. And this is one that, is a little bit versatile too in her racing style. She can go forward off the gate. She can take a lot of air. She can race off a helmet. So I like Big Nipper in here. I think that, she's kind of underrated, especially on the odds board. 17-1 now. That's going in the direction I didn't think it'd be going, and I thought we'd be seeing that shortened up come post time. Still think she's got to go off a second.
I'll tell you one right now that's at a price that's a little bit shocking. RJ Jean at 35-1 is your third choice. And look, I was toying with using this one on the board because what do you see but good form of late? Yeah, racing at Clinton. How does that compare?
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad, to be honest with you. I mean, the matching up against this group, obviously she's got to go much bigger speed today. There's no question about that. She's getting onto the faster surface here. The start at Georgian I thought was okay. I mean, she got beat by a pretty wide margin. She had post 7. She tried to make a move in the middle stages of that mile. Didn't work out. Then she gets those 2 kind of heart-building victories at Clinton. And then last time out, second to Psychopath. The trip did not work out. Psychopath was a gonzo winner on the engine. He came back to get beat by a slim margin at Hanover over the weekend. So, again, this is a creative kind of one, RJ Jean here, just thinking she's going to take to the surface. I don't think she should be 25-1 because I think she's one that certainly can make her presence felt against this group.
Ace 44 Rebel, I think, might be a trip horse in here. She's Lawless, I kind of think, is going to the front. Ace 44 Rebel might be able to get a pocket trip. Can you see things that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Ace 44 Rebel is one for me that I think it all comes down to trip, right? And I think if that's the way it pans out, if you get She's Lawless to the front and she can just slide over into the pocket without doing much work, she's going to be right there at the wire like she was 2 starts ago. She missed by a head to Love Party. and she's got those 3 seconds in a row right now at Georgian Downs. So I think that definitely a threat, but it comes down to trip for her. I don't know if she's got to go first up, it's going to work out. But yeah, 2-hole trip, she'll be right there at the finish.
And I threw Scooter Gimlet on the bottom of my ticket, and maybe Scooter gets this filly onto the scooter and gets blasting out, because you see him sometimes at Flamborough. He gets that scooter flying pretty quick.
Yeah, he does. No, he gets him off the gate, quickly.
No, I meant the scooter itself. He gets that scooter flying.
Oh, gets the scooter. Well, listen, I mean, I've been pretty impressed by the fact that he is not afraid to send one off the gate, right? I mean, somebody who's not been driving that long, and he likes to get them forwardly placed, right? I think he believes in what I heard many moons ago. John Campbell said good things happen when you leave, and I think that's what he's been doing with a lot of horses that have tactical speed. He puts them in position, and he tries to get what he can get with them. So don't mess with Molly. I think is one that can maybe plug in for the bottom end of the Trier Super.
You know what it is? It's all that experience with the scooter on the track at Flamborough. It gets buzzing around there, so he's very comfortable on the surface.
Absolutely. Everyone always he's on the scooter. I would say, hey, what do you do?
It's a field of 9 for race number 7, and taking up their positions, it'll be Don't Mess With Molly, She's Lawless, and Ace 44 Rebel on the inside. Of the center, Tommy Senorita, You Bet She Rocks. To the outside, Big Nipper, RJ Jean, and Center Kiss Me. And the second tier, Love Party. Field of 9, the 7th dash. Field for the 7th race, nearing the start. They're at the start of the rough, and You Bet She Rocks is going to blast out. Big Nipper, and from the outside, Century Kiss Me. She's Lawless, and then on the inside is Don't Mess With Molly. Ace 44 Rebel drops back, and now his 7th is Love Party, his 6th in the trailing pair of Thomas Senorita and RJ Jean. Big Nipper at 13-1 came on to clear to the front. She's Lawless is still pressing on the outside. She's Lawless against Big Nipper, and Scotty Calder and She's Lawless trying to scoot on up and grab the lead from She's Lawless, and get some urging now to She's Lawless by Scotty Calder. Now strides up to clear to the front. Big Nipper is in a good spot of the pocket. Racing third, You Bet She Rocks, and fourth is Don't Mess With Molly. 27-2 is the opening quarter. At the field works on around the turn. Fifth is Century Kiss Me, and they head up towards the half, and racing back their position. Sixth is Love Party in front of Ace 44 Rebel. Then Tommy Senorita and RJ Jean, but She's Lawless 6-5 on the board's got the lead. Big Nipper is racing second. You Bet She Rocks is third, and Don't Mess With Molly. And Scooter Gimlet is racing position to fourth. Love Party on the outside is fifth. Century Kiss Me, then Ace 44 Rebel. And back to RJ Jean and Tommy Senorita. She's Lawless right now leading on by 3/4 off a 55-4 halftime. She's Lawless, and You Bet She Rocks is racing second. On the inside, Big Nipper, and Don't Mess With Molly is racing fourth as they turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come. She's Lawless getting some urging, had to work a bit in the early action to make the lead. And then it is Big Nipper on the inside, and in the center, You Bet She Rocks, and then Don't Mess With Molly. She's Lawless continuing on. She's Lawless wins it. Big Nipper second. You Bet She Rocks, and Don't Mess With Molly. 153-3. She's Lawless had to work a little bit, Rob, to get to the front, but was able to just keep on going anyway.
Yeah, no, she did. It was a lot of action in the early stages of that race. Real exciting in the early stages, and I like what Scott Coulter did. He just kind of stayed out there and let everyone settle before he moved She's Lawless to the front. Big Nipper got a good trip. I thought raced really well in defeat there. Missed a week between starts, but we know the Horners always bring them ready to roll. And we locked down a pretty good exacta there, Gary. I mean, surprised Big Nipper never took that support that I was totally expecting to see. And it looks like this exacta, $48. Wow, that's some serious value for this exacta here on a 2-6.
That's a serious deal. And also, Big Nipper, Mike did a nice job of getting this one off the gate. And then, of course, glad to have She's Lawless in front. And then was able to be game all the way to the finish, though.
Absolutely, yeah. Coming with the passing lane, too. Now, we did see that passing lane prove positive earlier tonight. We know it's been tough throughout the season, though, to make up ground there. But you can see She's Lawless kind of just not really needing much urging at all here to get the job done. That's much more to her liking that trip she got tonight. But yeah, Big Nipper, fantastic in defeat. You bet she rocks took a lot of support early. I was kind of scratching my head because I thought the last couple efforts, weren't all that great. But she bounced back with a much better try tonight. It ends up just missing out on second to Big Nipper, a good third. So we'll probably see good things from her too. Just a 2-year-old too against older horses.
And I got the scooter. Don't mess with Molly on the bottom of my ticket, right where I put the scooter.
Yeah, you almost you nail it straight or no?
No,
Or just
because
for
I
a
had the
second
3
look?
in there, 2631.
Well, that's okay, but you got the $48 exacta, and then you got Scooter on the bottom end of the super, so you made it pretty easy for someone to nail that superfecta.
I had to get a few winners because you've been sharp over the last number of days. So every once in a while. And it is a 2651 coming back in front of us is number 2. She's lawless. 3-year-old. He's watching Bay Philly, owned by Max Stable and Shane Barrington. Shane is also the trainer. The winning drive to the 10 Tornadoes. Scotty Coulter storming to victory with She's Lawless, 4th win on the year and lifetime. 153-3, a new career best. Seventh race, pounds 2. She's Lawless. 473.20, 276. Big Nipper. 790 and 450 and 5. You bet she rocks. 460. $2 exactor, 48.10. Dollar try, 105.65. Dollar super, 991.40. The seventh race order of finish from the top is a 418-932-765. That is 418-932-765 on the bottom. Eighth race up next, a field of 7 to go to post shortly. Well, we're currently 4 minutes to post time to our eighth race, and don't forget, coming up this Friday, we have the Harness the Hope horse racing event. I'm excited about it. I'm getting tongue-tied. Robert, that's this Friday. We do have racing action Wednesday, but Friday night, the patio party is going to be here, and it's going to be a great event. Of course, there's more information and any thoughts about Harness the Hope? Harness the Hope? Why can't I say it?
I don't know. I think it's just you still shooken up by that photo. You gotta just get past it, Gary. But no, the Harness the Hope night on Friday night. It's obviously for a great cause. I think everyone's been touched by breast cancer in their lives, and all the proceeds of that. A portion of the proceeds of that night, the tickets and the fundraising entries go towards Harness the Hope. The patio party is going to be fantastic. I mean, the Grandway patio is a beautiful spot to catch the races, and they're doing it up big that night. You get tickets for $55 plus tax. You get a barbecue meal, which includes burgers and chicken breast salads, kettle chips, pies, non-alcoholic beverages, and of course a front row seat for the racing action and a program. Plus, you'll get to, still hear, our thoughts on the races, Gary, throughout, and hopefully we'll give us some winners that night to all the great people in attendance. But it's a fantastic event. Looked like an absolute blast last year, and certainly, something that we care about deeply here at the River.
Yeah, and I had friends here last week, and I know it's hard to believe that I have friends here, but that I have friends at all. And they were here, and they were commenting about how beautiful the track is and that whole patio area. It's quite a spectacular facility. You want to come out this Friday night. And I also love that you knew right away what food we have on tap for Friday night.
Yeah, it's the food part is something that I always, do the research on, right? Thanks, Gary. But it's true, though. You're right. I do. No margarita pizza on the menu, but that's okay. That's Megan's favorite, not mine. I'm just fine with a good old barbecue, no doubt about that. Still sponsorship opportunities available as well. A great opportunity for businesses to sponsor the event. Of course, don't forget, it's a free event, right? If you just want to come to the event for free and enjoy the race for free, and certainly a family-friendly night. I brought my family out to Industry Day. We were in the captain's quarters for that one, and they had a fantastic time. I mean, both of my little ones, 7 and just over a year and a half, they're already harness racing diehards, and they love the action. So it's certainly something you bring the kids to and have a great time.
Well, and Robbie Jr. is learning how to do math pretty well. He probably is great at math in school because he's already learning how to handicap a program.
Yeah, he's actually really impressed me lately with where his math skills have come, and I think a lot of it's actually come from harness racing, because you know what? For me, growing up, that's where I learned all my math. Right, multiplication, I had no problem because I was structuring out Pick 4 tickets, even Pick 7 tickets at Greenwood Raceway when I was about 9, 10, 11 years old. So, yeah, math comes quickly when you are involved in this sport. But, it's a great event. And there's going to be opportunities to buy swag with, again, proceeds going towards the great cause. And I heard there's some really good silent auction items. I don't know what they are yet, but I heard there was a lot of excitement around one of them. So I'll certainly have to get myself some people bidding on items for me there, because I love me a good silent auction that goes to charity.
And you know what? On Friday when we see you on TV, you got to be wearing your pink.
Absolutely. No, I've already got the shirt picked out. I'm excited about it, and obviously, it's a great event to be there in person. But I'll be doing it wearing my pink from remotely. But I'll have some proxy bidders there for sure. bidding up some items because I love anyone that knows me knows that I love silent auctions to the point that I get in trouble sometimes with Megan, but it's okay. We'll it goes to a good cause and she'll be fine with it.
You're used to being in trouble with her. It's the
Yeah,
giant pink patio party this Friday evening, and harness the hope. See, I said it, Rob.
you got it right. See, you just got to get that photo behind you. We're all good.
Thank you very much, Rob. We're 1 minute to post time. Field for the 8th race. On parade 1, Laura's Crush, Scott Calder for Alan Shelton. Number 2, Vendetta Blue Chip, Jason Ride for Mike Bishop and Miller Farms. Number 3 is MVP Kamala, Austin Sorry for Ernest Party. And 4 is Funny, Jay Harris for Mike White-Niowski and Suzanne McKeegan. 5 is Rose Colored Glasses, Chris Matthews for Greg McNair and Len Rosine. Number 6 is All-Star Caroline, Anthony Hahn for James Lee. And number 7 is Sprightly Hanover, Sammy Filia for Darrell Laver, and Leon Davidson and Dave Walls and James Graham. It's a field of 7 for race number 8. Shall we get a look at this field? And right away, number 2, Vendetta Blue Chip, your top choice. And off a pretty sprightly looking effort here last time out to finish second. Good mile overall. And Vendetta Blue Chip, 7-2 on the board, is the morning line favorite, and right now is not quite getting the money that I thought. The money all went to the 5.
Yeah, it's all gone to rose-colored glasses, and hopefully I don't have rose-colored glasses for Vendetta Blue Chip because you know how much I loved this horse last time, Gary, and I ended up being really sick with what the exacta paid. The exacta paid absolutely tremendous with the favorite winning. She had to settle for second at odds of 2-1. I thought she raced tremendous in defeat, though. She got away third off the gate, got shuffled back to fourth, kind of got dragged out of it by one that kind of shortened stride. When she moved to the outside, she came forward with authority. 56-3 was her mile time. I thought she was a good second. 2 beach games. And now second career start. I loved both the qualifiers. I mean, the last qualifier was against Chantilly. Chantilly is an absolute juggernaut, and she's been incredible throughout her short career so far. And I just love Vendetta Blue Chip in this spot. I really do. 7-2 on the board right now. I mean, I'm shocked that she's not going to be the favorite in here. We'll see what happens come post time.
Well, number 4, Fun A, is one that you went to for second, and stepping away from the rose-colored glasses there. Fun A is at 16-1. I guess people aren't finding that break at the start last time out very funny.
Yeah, and obviously that one counts against her, right? It's over a fast track, so she needs a flat line this time around. But she's not one that shows miscues before that. I didn't really even see her put many steps in her first 2 starts here, where she was second to Wayward Blue Chip at second to Beach Games. She got bet pretty heavily last time as well. I think she was favorite through a lot of the betting sequence before going off at 5-2. And she got beat by a wide margin, but that was after kind of rushing back up after making that break in stride. So 15-1. I mean, that's a monstrous number on Fun A here. I'll be using her underneath, but Vendetta Blue Chip or bust for me here, and just hoping the price stays reasonable.
Well, the 5, rose-colored glasses, is driving up the price everywhere else, and 1, Laura's Crush, is driven up to 16-1.
Yeah, 16-1 right now on Laura's Crush. I thought raced well at Clinton August the 18th to get a victory. Gets that same pole position today, and one that kind of progressed nicely through her starts, right? Fourth, third, then a win. Again, she's a 2-year-old that's got to face some older horse in here, but I thought she can plug in for a trip and maybe get a big piece of it. So again, another horse that I think everything is kind of skewed right now with rose-colored glasses taking all the money, and it's off a really nice qualifier here. And there's some good bloodlines to work with. But I like Vendetta Blue Chip, and I'll be trying to find some price underneath.
Number 7, Sprightly Hanover, is 17-1. Sammy Filia for Daryl Laver. Second start for Daryl with Sprightly Hanover.
Yeah, second start for Daryl Laver. And the last race was actually pretty good, all things considered. Got a little bit steppy off the gate, then had to settle for a spot off the switch, made a move to the outside, took on Chancey Bet. Chancey Bet is a horse that's traded, driven by Greg Drew, who I think is a really nice filly. I mean, she's not undefeated, and she's got multiple wins, but she's been fantastic so far in her career. I think that she's one that I'd be willing to back in against this group. So Sprightly Hanover getting, within that margin of her, I think you have to give her some respect, especially second start now for these connections. 17-1 on the board. Again, tough post to work from, but I think she can work her way into the exotics.
And then, of course, we have to get to number 5, Rose-Colored Glasses, because the fans are looking at this race through rose-colored glasses. 2 to 5 on the board. You see breaks in the qualifiers, but that last one was here, and I know you watch all these.
Yeah, no, it was great. The qualifier was definitely a good one. I mean, it's 58-3 though, so obviously got to drop significant time today. The breaks before that are obviously still a factor. I mean, you can't just ignore those. And this is a horse that, second lifetime start, has not raced since last year, but does have some siblings that have made some serious money. Lady Be Lucky Tonight, 322,000, and Pass Line Blue Chip, 333,000. So I think there's obviously something there. I was kind of just thinking, well, watch this one for a start, and did not expect her to go off at 1-2. I think that's an overbet anyways. Is she in with a chance? Of course she is, off that qualifier. But again, I can't get there with the horses miss that kind of time that shows those miscues, with that much recency in those qualifiers.
And Chris Matthews drives, and he's been working with Greg McNair for a long, long time. Chris is a great guy, and he's capable. It's just the X's on the dance card has got us, wondering if that's the right one to dance with here. So you're dancing with Vendetta Blue Chip at a better price of, now it's dropped to 8 to 5. It's Laura's Crush, Vendetta Blue Chip on the inside. MVP Kamala, Funny, rose-colored glasses in the center. The outside, All-Star Caroline, and Sprightly Hanover. It's a field of 7. It's the 8th dash on a marvelous Monday at the river. Giddy up. It's a field of 7 for the 8th race. There at the start of the rough, MVP Kamala, Funny, and then it is rose-colored glasses and Laura's Crush, and then it is Vendetta Blue Chip and All-Star Caroline, and Sprightly Hanover. Now Funny elects to come on against MVP Kamala and takes the lead. Rose-colored glasses, and Chris Matthews is going to take back now and find a seat on the inside third. Laura's Crush, then Vendetta Blue Chip, All-Star Caroline, and Sprightly Hanover. Funny at 12-1 is having the fun of leading this field off the turn and rolling on towards us. MVP Kamala is racing along in the pocket, and then racing third, rose-colored glasses is a 3 off the lead and is going to stay on the inside as Laura's Crush will pop out. Then Vendetta Blue Chip, All-Star Caroline, and Sprightly Hanover on the outside of a 28-2 opening quarter. They head their way on up towards the half, and Funny's got the lead. Laura's Crush on the outside now is moving up, and MVP Kamala on the inside racing third. Vendetta Blue Chip fourth, and then rose-colored glasses dropping back on the inside. Then Sprightly Hanover and All-Star Caroline, and it is Laura's Crush who comes on now, getting urging by Scotty Calder and grabs the lead from Funay. Laura's Crush at 14-1. Funay's racing second. Sprightly Hanover now is out 3 wide. MVP Kamala's on the inside and Vendetta Blue Chip. Then it is Rose-Colored Glasses second last, and All-Star Caroline trailing the field. And it is Laura's Crush leading. Laura's Crush, Funay. Sprightly Hanover third. Vendetta Blue Chip and MVP Kamala. Rose-Colored Glasses and All-Star Caroline. It is Laura's Crush as the field turns for home. Laura's Crush in Funay. Vendetta Blue Chip on down the stretch drive. Laura's Crush. Vendetta Blue Chip is closing up the inside of Funay. And a wheel wide. Here comes Rose-Colored Glasses. And it's close, but Rose-Colored Glasses appeared to come flying from nowhere over Vendetta Blue Chip and Laura's Crush. 156-2. Rose-Colored Glasses came from the parking lot to win.
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, you know what? I didn't have this one anywhere. I thought that she'd be one to watch, and when I saw her kind of gearing up, I said, okay, it looks like we were right. We can jump on her bandwagon next time. Nope. She goes by, and kind of a strange race, though, Gary. Vendetta Blue Chip, I believe she was spinning her wheels for much of that mile. First over, Sprightly Hanover tried to go around that one at long odds. Wasn't able to do so, but I mean, it looked like that was maybe by design a little bit from Jason Ryan, because then he gets her to come forward in the stretch. She gets up past the leader, but gets nailed by Rose-Colored Glasses. So, again, a monstrous effort from that daughter of Freaky Feet Pete to come from off the pace there with Chris Matthews. And again, just the better horse won. There's no doubt about that. Vendetta Blue Chip, every chance for the victory, just could not get her nose to the wire first.
And I was watching Chris Matthews when they came by us the first time. And he had to have a fairly strong hold on this one because looked really eager. So clearly one that he could keep a hold of until later in the mile. But boy, when he finally let go, it was time to go.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. And obviously you see all those miscues, right? We were worried about it. Probably why kind of hit a little more quietly earlier in the early stages of that dash. But no doubt who the best horse was in the late stages. I mean, just kind of cruising past them late. And again, Vendetta Blue Chip, maybe if she was able to, kind of advance stronger in that first over position through, fractions that weren't all that crazy, really, maybe she could have got the jump on Rose-Colored Glasses. But either way, I mean, you got to tip your cap to this horse. The best filly in the race won, no doubt about it. And Chris Matthews, you're right, great guy, always nice, always greets you with a smile, and has always been good to me. So like to see him have success.
Yeah, and you saw that patient drive. That was really great. We don't usually see a move like that. As you said, the fractions, it wasn't that the horses were collapsing. The fractions were even and just blasting down the lane. I was late picking them up.
Yeah, I was too. I was getting excited seeing Vendetta Blue Chip coming forward, and then I said, uh-oh, who's this blur on the outside? Rose-Colored Glasses, the horse that took all the early money. The early money was bang on.
They were seeing the race through correct glasses. 5-2-1-4 is the top four. And Rose-Colored Glasses and Chris Matthews. 3-year-old Freaky Feet Pete. Bay filly owned by Len Rosine of London. Greg McNair, the trainer. First win this year. First start this year. Second career start. Victorious. 156-2. Eighth race, page 5. Rose-Colored Glasses, 450, 240, 210. 2 Vendetta Blue Chip, 210, 210. 1 Laura's Crush, 320. $2 exactor, $710 try, $1070 super, $29.20. Eighth race order finish from the top. 3-2-5-4-1-6-7. That's 3-2-5-4-1-6-7 on the bottom. Field for the ninth race on parade. One, Cruz Hanover. Gino Toscani drives for Desiree Jones. Number 2 is Harambe Dale. It's Daryl Thiessen for Desiree Jones and Gino Toscani. Number 4 is Bolt Power. Lauren House for Mark Goddard and Brenda Darrable. And 5 is Hungry to Succeed. Travis Henry for Greg McNair and Bradley Grant. And number 6, Cheddar Bay. Jay Harris for Pete Corin, Don and Heather McGregor. 7 is Captain Butler. Jason Ride for Nick Liadis. 8 is Wild River Bumblebee. Sammy Fillion for Julie Walker and Dr. John Bradbury. Field of 7, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field for the 9th race. And, well, you're all chalked up there. 3 to 5 on the board with Cheddar Bay. And this is one you've played a couple in the past.
Oh, I've definitely played Cheddar Bay many times in the past. I've been aboard for many of those 22 career victories, over 265,000 made, and it gets reunited with Jay Harris. It's been a while since they've been teamed up together, but they've had tremendous success. Last time was back in the spring. They've had tremendous success together in their careers. So I just love his chances here, Gary. I mean, he's a speedster, but he can win it with other trips as well. But he's at his best when he flies off the gate. There's not a tremendous amount of relief foot to his inside, so I think we'll see him likely try to blast to the front from post 5 with the scratch of the 3, control the smile. 3 to 5 is not what we were looking for, though, right? I thought he'd be a better price than that. Maybe it floats up come post time.
One that you don't have to worry about floating up, 18 to 1, now 17 to 1, Wild River Bumblebee. A lot of back class on this one as well. A veteran, Cheddar Bay's 8-year-old, Wild River Bumblebee 10-year-old that recently got to the $250,000 mark.
Yeah, he's been racing well. Second at each of his last 2. Long win lead last time out at Georgian Downs. We talked about that surface being tiring lately, so maybe that played a part as him coughing it up late by a neck. But he was 9 to 1 on that occasion. Before that, second to Bolt Power, who he faces tonight, but he was a heavy favorite to that rival that time around. So Wild River Bumblebee is one you can never really rule out. He comes up with big efforts from time to time, and like you said, he's another classy veteran. 23 wins and over 250,000 made.
And then, we should talk about number 4, Bolt Power, one that you've used on your ticket. And, well, we were talking about Georgian Downs and how the times are hard to kind of fathom. But actually, Bolt Power has put up some okay speed there.
Yeah, definitely. That 54 flat victory 3 starts ago. Kind of a bottom condition class, though. That time around, he beat Wild River Bumblebee, who was the favorite on that occasion. Since then, a 7th and a 4th for Bolt Power. I think again, you can never rule out. He gets especially dangerous when he gets the right kind of trip. And maybe that happens tonight for him, right? He moves into post 3 now. It's a race that doesn't have like a tremendous amount of early speed, so maybe he can plug in for a trip in behind Cheddar Bay or something like that anyways. And his stock rises when he sits in the 2-hole or even a second over journey. So 5 to 2, a little bit short for my liking on the win end, but a horse that's certainly in the mix here, and I would not be surprised to see him make a trip to victory lane.
You know who I put on top is 5, Hungry to Succeed. I was hoping to get a price. It's starting to drop. One that, the recent form at Woodbine isn't great, but there's some argument you can make a little further down the page. Depends on which Hungry to Succeed shows up here. Sent up by Greg McNair. I guess he's got his backup driver on here, Travis Henry, because Chris Matthews apparently is his top driver.
Yeah, Greg McNair might come right back here, right? He's got a good chance to do so, no doubt about it. Rose-colored glasses still marveled at victory. Watched that replay a few times. And she was like a freight train in the stretch there. But the thing is, for Hungry to Succeed, I'm not going to typically side with horses that, have 45,000 made when they're in against a field like this. Numbers of 3,000 last 3. Or numbers of 5,500 last 5, and you've got to go against the likes of horses that have made $250,000 in their career and have all kinds of victories. I mean, even Harambe Deo, the 2, 410,000, 30 lifetime wins. I'm not going to usually side with one that's coming under non-winners of 3 or non-winners of 2. So I think in with a chance here, but I think the price is probably right now at 6 to 1. I think you got to demand that and maybe more if you're going to play him to win.
And Hungry to Succeed. Look, I kind of thought I might get closer to 10 to 1. I was shocked that was down as the 2 to 1 morning line. That did make sense to me.
No, I know, and some I know you're you're not a big fan of the morning line in general. We're not going to get into that debate right now because I think it is something that's needed in the sport, especially for people that are at the track for the first time or novice handicappers. But yeah, I agree with you. I thought 2-1 was way too short of the morning line. Like I said, I'd be looking for what you kind of just mentioned you were looking for around 10-1 again, and with a chance has the speed to go with these. A lot of these horses that he's facing, though, have been through the wars over the years, and they've done some really good things. They've kind of earned their resumes.
Yeah, it's needed, but it needs to be accurate. Cruz Hanover, a quick thought, inside post position is also one that is dropping down. But this is one that you do see showing some speed last year. It hasn't come together this year.
No, hasn't come together yet for Cruz Hanover. I do like the horse in here, and owner Gino Toscani's got 2 in here. He's opted to drive the 1 Cruz Hanover. I think both of his horses have a chance with the right kind of a trip. They're both capable of getting forwardly placed, and with the right kind of journey, I think either one of them can land somewhere in the ticket.
It's a field of 7 for race number 9. You're in Cheddar Bay, the 6-5, and now 7-5, and taking a flyer and Hungry to Succeed. I'm hungry for a price. Got a bit of a price at 5-1. Field of 7, race number 9. Field for the 9th race is at the start of the rough, and Harambe Dale timing the gate for Daryl Thiessen, and then also leaving out Cheddar Bay. Bold Power, Hungry to Succeed, is racing 4th, and Cruz Hanover is 5th away. Then it is back to Captain Butler, and Wild River Bumblebee is buzzing back at the back of the field. Cheddar Bay, 7-5 on the board, wants to come on and clear to the front. Harambe Dale was fired up early at 15-1, is sitting in the pocket, and Bold Power is 3rd. Hungry to Succeed is 4th, then Cruz Hanover, gap of 3 back to Captain Butler, and further to Wild River Bumblebee. Cheddar Bay right now has got the lead. Cheddar Bay, Harambe Dale in the pocket, and there goes Bolt Power now looking to bolt up towards the lead, and Hungry to Succeed is stepped to the outside, and it is Bolt Power challenging for the front against Cheddar Bay, and Bolt Power leads it by about a length, now a length and a quarter, getting some more urging, and Bolt Power is going to take over. Cheddar Bay's racing 2nd. Now Hungry to Succeed on the outside is 3rd, and getting a bit closer. Harambe Dale is on the inside 4th. Wild River Bumblebee is starting to buzz now, and then it is back to Captain Butler and Cruz Hanover. Bolt Power 3-1 leads as they head up to 3/4 off a lively half of 54. That opening quarter was 25-4. It is Bolt Power. Cheddar Bay on the inside is closed up, and Hungry to Succeed is getting a little closer. It is Bolt Power and Hungry to Succeed. Hungry to Succeed is looking to munch on Bolt Power now. Cheddar Bay on the inside, and then it is Wild River Bumblebee, but Bolt Power is hanging tough now. Bolt Power and Hungry to Succeed on down the stretch drive they come. Bolt Power, Hungry to Succeed, and on the inside Cheddar Bay, Hungry to Succeed, and Wild River Bumblebee. Hungry to Succeed wins it. Then Wild River Bumblebee 3rd is between Captain Butler, Bolt Power, and Cheddar Bay. Hungry to Succeed, Robert, at 5-2.
There you go. You always you come in with the accent there whenever you get one on me there. Hungry to Succeed. It's an impressive winner too. Underestimated this horse completely on my part. My bad. Had it pegged for 4th. I thought you needed to get a bigger price than he was at 6-1. He goes up at 5-2. Monstrous effort. I mean, ends up being first over a long way after Bolt Power goes to the front there. And I thought maybe, we might see Cheddar Bay come back there. We might see Wild River Bumblebee comes up off the pace. He does come on for 2nd. They're late, but Hungry to Succeed just too good. I mean, that's back-to-back wins now for Greg McNair. We know that he has success here at the River. Puts some tremendous numbers everywhere, mind you, as well, and having a great season. And he gets Hungry to Succeed to the wire first here, who, just 0 for 5 on the season. First win, that was a good one here against a solid group at the River.
151-2, but they went enough up front to really kind of open the door, and that's why you see Wild River Bumblebee coming late from last.
Yeah, but he's still grinding it too on the outside, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, it wasn't like he kind of tripped out second over or something. I mean, he's doing all the work on the outside of Bolt Power, who did well to be third in there. Cheddar Bay used up really hard in the early stages. I mean, I don't know if he was ready for that kind of mile yet. But yeah, Wild River Bumblebee, monster number at 22-1, gets onto the bottom end of the exacta. Again, really solid field top to bottom, but hey, hats off to Hungry to Succeed and Travis Henry there. That's a big mile, 51-2, first over a long way. But we've said it many times. First over, not the worst place to be here at the river.
I was getting a little chirpy because that's my fifth straight win, but I had to win because you scored that big one with my Maserati at 7-1, so I had to come back with an answer.
Well, you needed the confidence boost, right? So I'm happy for you.
And also a confidence boost for Team McNair. Travis Henry winning with Hungry to Succeed. 4-year-old Stay Hungry, Bay Gelding. Bradley Grant, the owner. And it's the first win for Hungry to Succeed on the year. And also trackside Chris Matthews, the A driver for Team McNair, with the B driver Travis Henry. Ninth race payouts, 5 Hungry to Succeed, 775, 10, 368 Wild River Bumblebee, 1480, 590, and 4 Bolt Power 320, $2 exactors 71.80, dollar try 168.75, dollar super 323.40. Ninth race, order finish in the top down. 7-6 scratch 31452. That's 7-6 scratch 31452 on the bottom. Field for the 10th on parade. One McWicked move. Chase and ride for Brent Dunbar and Dorothy Dunbar. 2 is Angry Angel, semi-filling up for Zachary Carroll. 3 Can't Catch Kenzie, Jay Harris for Mike Wyatniowski and Tara Isman and Garrett Isman. 4 is Worth Repeating, Brett McDonough for Duncan Gillis. 5 Twin B Nancy's Wish, Travis Henry for Sean, Stacy and Mark and Natasha, Stacy and Bertrand Gillespie. And number 6, Good as Hell, Austin Story for Tim Myers and Glenby Farms. 8 is First Cast, Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. 9 Stag Royal, Anthony Hahn for Ken Skinner. It's a field of 8 for race number 10. Let's get a look at this field, and right away we'll start with number 6, Good as Hell. And I think Good as Hell is a mare that has a big chance to bounce right back and be very effective here. Has 3 wins on the year. Some of your thoughts on Good as Hell. We both have the same one in here. Austin Sorey, the driver.
Yeah, I thought Good as Hell looked like a value player in here. I knew we wouldn't get the 12-1 morning line. At least I didn't think we would, and I don't think we will. 6-1 right now. But I love horses that have efforts like that last one for her, get away 7th off the gate, kind of be at a pace disadvantage throughout, and still show that vigor on the end of the mile, making up positions and coming home strongly. And that's what she did, 28-2 in the end of it. And she was back half was 56-1. So before that, didn't miss by much the fancy lettering. I thought that was a really good race, August the 11th at Georgian Downs. And she did a lot of the road work before having to settle for that third by 3/4 of a length to fancy lettering. I Can't Catch Kenzie. And just looks like a good spot for her. You got the horse that's going to be the likely favorite, Gary, is to work from the trailing post. Might get caught in traffic. Last time had open road in front of her throughout. And maybe Good as Hell is one that will make a move at some point in the early stages this time around, kind of like she did 2 starts ago.
And Good as Hell, neither Ken Middleton or Conley Ecclestone have this one on their top 4, but we both wind up with this one on top. We don't see each other's homework, but we're of like minds. Now, look, I announce up at Georgian Downs, so I've been watching this horse and just thought this is the spot. 7-1's really enticing. 9 Stag Royal is one that comes in off of a great race and was really good. Just the trailer post is the thing that steered us slightly away.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because last time out, you see her get that victory, first victory in a while, and do so on the engine. The whole time throughout, she kind of swelled up on the lead. Well, how can she do that this time around from the trailing post? Doesn't really necessarily have a ton of speed in front of her either. Not sure who she's going to follow out of there. I mean, probably going to follow out McWicked Move, who's shown a little bit of speed in the past, but not in recent efforts and not from the pole position last time here at the River. So it's going to be interesting to see what the game plan is. Obviously, she can make a move in the early stages to try to get to the front. She's shown she can still race, effectively from, sitting 3rd or 4th. But again, short price horse we're going to see here with that tricky trailing spot. So I wanted to go against her for the win end of it, but do recognize she's the one to beat.
5 Twin B Nancy's Wish, up until just 2 races ago, was in that maiden class and then had 1 try at Mohawk and didn't work out, but raced really well here last time out. Twin B Nancy's Wish, though, 3-1. Very capable in here. And you get Travis Henry, and Travis is having a really great year.
Yeah, having a huge year, and Sean Stacy, always a barn you've got to be mindful of, especially with the younger types. And this is a horse that's got 5 on the board finishes and 8 tries this season, back-to-back victories not too long ago either. And again, you've got to like this one in here for a big piece of it. I don't know what the trip looks like this time around. That's what I kind of struggle with when I try to trip handicap this race. What is it looking for her this time? That victory on Industry Day came from off the pace in a race where the front end collapsed. She's showed she can do good things first over, and maybe that's where she's going to end up today, unless they really try to get her fired up off the wings of the gate. She was the play of the night for Conley Ecclestone in the segment Cash In with Conley on X, and I like her enough in here. But again, I more so kind of like her underneath in the exotics.
McWicked Move is one that I wasn't sure what to make of because didn't blast at all from post one, but came flying late last time up. But I know this one has gate speed and is on the inside. We'll see what the plan is here.
Kind of the X factor, I think, because that is really what she does in this race off the gate is going to likely determine what happens in the dash overall. Because she's got the pole position, she's capable of leaving out of there, and more importantly for this race, she's got Stag Royal following her, who's going to be the favorite. So if she puts that one away well off the gate, then obviously the favorite's got a much better chance. I don't know what's going to happen though, because last time out, no speed off the gate at all in a race where Stag Royal cut it. So McWicked Move can be in the mix throughout, but going to have to get away better this time.
What do we make of Angry Angel? Was racing well here in the maiden class, was a winner, went to the Prospect Series post 9 at Sarnia, good effort. You saw the start at Mohawk last time out. Angry Angel.
Yeah, suffered interference in the stretch and came home in 27-2 after that. You know what? You can convince me she's value right now at 8-1. I mean, this is obviously a tougher group than what we saw her beat July 22nd, but she had those back-to-back wins here at the River before that nice second to Kira Seelster at long odds in the Prospect Series in Sarnia. Some horses, you know, obviously when things get quicker at Mohawk Park, it's tougher for them, right? Especially a young horse who doesn't have too many starts under their belt. So Angry Angel, 8-1. Yeah, I can see her being worth a win ticket or two. I've got her pegged for 5th, but maybe bump her up a little higher in the high 5.
Look at the tote board. The 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 are taking money as Stag Royal is the favorite, and we think that's a shot to maybe go against just because of the post.
Absolutely. No other reason the post position. If her nose is on the gate, she'd be picked on top for me.
It is a field of 8 with that scratch of 7. Pink G taking up their positions. McWicked Move. Angry Angel on the inside. In the center, Can't Catch Kenzie, worth repeating. And Twin B Nancy's Wish to the outside, Good as Hell in first cast. And the second tier to Stag Royal. It's a field of 8. It's race number 10. And the field for the 10th race is into the backstretch, gathering speed. Field for the 10th race is at the start, and they're off, and it is now Can't Catch Kenzie blasting out with first cast on the outside. Worth repeating, Twin B Nancy's Wish, McWicked Move, and off stride, Twin B Nancy's Wish now taken out of it. And now coming on, Good as Hell is going to move up on the outside and work over to the pylons and is going to be 4th on the inside. In front of him, McWicked Move, and then Stag Royal and Angry Angel, but right now Can't Catch Kenzie at 7-1's got the lead. Worth repeating his racing position second. First cast has a seat on the inside third, and Good as Hell is racing 4th and is going to come first over right now. It is Can't Catch Kenzie. Here comes Good as Hell on the move now, and Worth repeating is on the inside third. Then first cast on the outside, McWicked Move, and Stag Royal is part of the outer flow now as they work their way on up towards the half off that 27-3 opening quarter. Angry Angel is further back and is racing currently right now positioned to 7th. They race on towards the 3/4, and it is now Good as Hell at 9-2 who grabbed the lead from Can't Catch Kenzie and leads it by 3.5 lengths. Racing up on the outside third, McWicked Move, Worth repeating, and then Stag Royal is racing 5th with a lot of work to do, but is advancing, and then first cast, Good as Hell at 9-2, and Austin Sorry leading comfortably right now by 4 off of 56-4 halftime. Good as Hell, McWicked Move, Can't Catch Kenzie, then Stag Royal and Worth repeating in first cast, and then Angry Angel, and Good as Hell leads as they race towards the top of the stretch. Good as Hell as they come on down the stretch drive. Can't Catch Kenzie and McWicked Move. Good as Hell is still moving devilishly well. Good as Hell is going to win it. Can't Catch Kenzie was able to stick for second. McWicked Move, then first cast, and Angry Angel 153-2. Good as Hell. We team up, Rob, with the winner here in the 10th race with one at, well, let's see, what did the price? 5-2.
No, nine to
Oh,
two, Gary. You got
9 to
nine to
2.
two.
Nicer.
Yeah, don't take away our value there. Yeah, but you know what? The thing is, 9 to 2 on the board here, but not that in the multi-leg wagers. Not, I mean, I obviously needed my best bet to win Vendetta Blue Chip. That didn't work out, but kind of sick that it didn't because Good as Hell was on every single one of my tickets as my top choice here. How about $1,000 for that late pick 5 on Good as Hell? Late pick for $112. So not bet anywhere near in the multi-legs as she was vertically in the race here today. And she kind of did what we thought she could do. Get away off the gate, make that move in the early to middle stages. She cleared to the lead, and that was it. Race over at that point. I mean, she's too good for them in here tonight at a juicy price, too, at that 9 to 2 offering.
Yeah, you see a mile of 53 and 2, and it tells you, I was mentioning to you about the track at Georgian Downs and was showing 58 and 57. 57 on a fast track and comes in here and goes in 53 and 2.
Yeah, we're not worried about it, right? Like we said, we know that track's been slow as of late. I mean, it's been very difficult to get over it, and the mile times throughout the whole card. I mean, good horses. The Row went 54, I think 54 and 1 or 54 and 2 for Logan Park. That should tell you all you need to know about right now that track's a little bit slower. And this high 5 here, I mean, I didn't have Can't Catch Kenzie. That's my downfall, but it should pay very well. You get the favorite off the ticket. We thought she'd have a tough time for the trailing post. And even though you see a lot of horses that took support, money was spread everywhere. So if you got this high 5, you should be looking for a good payout.
It's a 6-3-1-8-2, that high 5. And back in front of us, the winner of race number 10. It's number 6, Good as Hell, 4-year-old Shadow Play Brown Mare by Glenbee Farms, trained by Tim Myers. Austin Sorry, the winner, 4th win this year, 4th lifetime, Good as Hell, 153 and 2, a new career best. The 10th race payout, 6, Good as Hell. 11-10, 6-10, 320, 3, Can't Catch Kenzie. 8-10, 430, 1, McWicked Move, 380. $2 exactors, 71.20. Dollar try, 139.35. Double of 5 and 6, 29.70. Dollar pick 3, 111.75. Dollar win for 560.75. And the 20-cent pick 5, 1,456.35. 20-cent high 5, 2,022.35. The 10th race, or a finish from the top, 352, 781, scratch 46. That's 352, 781, scratch 46 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Monday evening. Action resumes here on Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Casey.